Hang on, guys. I need to check something. Yeah, that's what I thought. Hang on, we have an issue that we need to resolve. Why is it doing that? It canceled the local recording when I lost internet, but I actually have that option specifically set to not do that. The hell? OBS was giving me issues earlier with the local recording, too. Weird. Whatever. Sorry, YouTube viewers, for that sudden disconnect and reconnect and whatever.
Something else is holding you back. Ask your heart, Quasimodo. I'll check the edge of town. Thanks. Wish I could take my own advice.
Again, notice how the interactions between Sora and the characters in there and Riku and the characters in there are different. I actually mentioned this idea back in Birth by Sleep, where how each of the three party members in each of the three Disney worlds, or each of the Disney worlds they go through, interact differently and with different characters in their given world. Here it's the same characters, but they act just a little bit differently, and the presentation is different. Riku's story is all about the darkness within him and coming to grips with that. Sora's story is all about how his heart is keeping him within, and how he's walking around with the blinders on, basically.
A dream eater. And a big one.
Oh, this section. The frickin' gargoyle. I didn't like this section.
Not like this is fair. No use. I gotta run for it.
Stand aside, Captain.
I doubt anyone would want
I
to do
will
that,
not.
Deacon.
What have these people done wrong?
I have proof this family gave harm to gypsies.
That's not a crime.
I can think of few crimes that are greater.
No. What demon is this?
Oh, you are mistaken, Captain Phoebus. This is no demon. It is righteous judgment. I have been granted this power so that I may smite all gypsies now and forever.
This is all wrong.
He won't listen. Once you've fallen that far, there's almost no coming back.
At least he says almost
How
no
dare
coming
you.
back.
I am a virtuous man. Good and evil shall be made plain. Once the gypsies face the fires of judgment.
I'm sorry. I know a lot of people likes Frollo as a character, but has anyone ever seen the movie Up? It's a Pixar flick, or at least I think it's a Pixar flick. I just want you to picture the movie Up and the dog. Squirrel! I just want you to picture that, except with Frollo. Yes, in today's agenda we must... Gypsy! Okay, and then back to... Anyways, one other thing that Leander pointed out that I wanted to point out as well, although Leander phrased it better than I would, Sora tends to help people in the short term. Sora doesn't really think about it. He's just, here, I'm here to help. By contrast, Riku tends to help people in a way that will help them to be fixed, to have a more better long-term outcome, which again kind of shows how he is far more of a Keyblade master than Sora is.
No, you don't.
They're sort of taking place in the same world, but mostly not, and they are happening basically at the same time as each other, Green.
Can't say you didn't warn me.
You should take it easy. I'll deal with Frollo.
Thanks. Gotta tell you, this is embarrassing having to rely on a kid.
You wouldn't be the first. Sorry.
I'll admit, you look more capable than me right now.
Well, I am a Keyblade Master.
Be careful. It looks like that creature is heading for the cathedral.
Okay, got it.
Some of the music in this game is just a little off for
You've
me.
come to Paris in her darkest hour, Captain.
Bit of a
It will
flashback.
take a firm hand to save the weak-minded from being so easily misled.
Misled? Sir?
For 20 years, I have been taking care of the gypsies. And yet, for all my success, they have thrived.
They're not there, but
I
trust me,
believe they
they're
have
there.
a safe haven within the walls of this very city.
What are we going to do about it, sir?
Stamp them out, one by one.
You make your point quite vividly, sir.
That line is so out of place. For those of you who don't remember, in the movie, he actually pulled open a thing to show some bugs and help use that to illustrate his point. And anyways, we're almost done.
Is she going to be all right?
I'm fine. Thanks to Quasimodo.
Gypsy!
Quasimodo, where did the creature go?
It's up there.
Right.
So this is the boss I mentioned earlier.
Wait. Wait, I'll go with you.
Thanks, but stay with her. Quasimodo, did your heart have the answer?
You know, actually, that's kind of accurate, Green, considering this is Frollo we're talking about. His reaction to her is very much, girl alert, girl alert,
You said we
girl
got this
alert.
covered.
It was a walk in the park. How would you know? You don't have any legs. Yeah, but... Aw, give me a break. It's just a figure of speech.
Both of you pipe down and get ready, because here comes some more.
Yeehaw!
It's up there.
Only if my theory is correct, Darch Monster. Which we don't know. We will most likely find out in
Yes.
2.8.
Let it burn. The flames will consume everything.
All he needs is a fiddle, and he'd be perfect.
You see? This is the power that has been granted to me.
I see a sad old man with a dark heart.
Again, you are wrong.
I'm a lusty old man with a dark heart.
Just like the rest.
So yeah, this is the boss that I actually failed to kill it in time, because I had like 30 seconds left. I also...
It is mine.
Notice the difference between Frollo's deaths in the two versions. In Sora's, it was pretty much aping the movie, but also, you know, him getting his comeuppance, which is a very Sora thing. In Riku's storyline, he dies unrepentantly, having literally been tossed into the flames by the darkness he was trying to control. Which, again, is extremely symbolic of the Riku mentality and the story arc of Riku in this one. Oh, also,
You're
him.
Ansem! Why are you here?
As a quick note, you'll notice how young Xehanort is with him. That is actually really important. The best way to make this make sense is very, very simple, as weird as this sounds. They're time travelers. In other words, Ansem the Seeker of Darkness, and this is really important for later, Ansem the Seeker of Darkness is not back. Okay? So, just to make the timeline thing here, we're going to do a visual thing, okay? So here's Kingdom Hearts 1, right? And the events of that Kingdom Hearts, and then he takes Riku's body right about here, okay? After he takes Riku's body, a little bit more time passes, and all of a sudden, young Xehanort shows up, grabs him, and takes him over to Dream Drop Distance, way over here in the timeline, okay? Then the Ansem the Seeker of Darkness is here throughout these events. This is not timey-wimey, this makes perfect sense. Brings him over here to the present of Dream Drop Distance, And all of this happens basically at the same time relative to Kingdom Hearts 1. So that Ansem the Seeker of Darkness, from his perspective, he's still in the middle of Kingdom Hearts 1 over here. This is before he's defeated at the end of the game. At the end of this game, due to the nature of how time travel works, he will revert right back to where he left with no memory of what happened. After that, which he will go through the events of Kingdom Hearts 1 and end up being defeated by Sora. So this is not Seeker of Darkness resurrected or returned or anything like that. It's just him dragged out of time over here for this segment.
Your best friend is never far.
So sad. The cost of yielding to the darkness.
You could write a book about that.
But I embrace the darkness. And unless you hurry up and learn to do the same, your story will end just like his.
I walk the road to dawn.
Still afraid of the dark, I see.
Hello, Ended Master. Well, considering this...
Wait!
Okay, legitimately, I don't get anyone's complaints about the way they implement the time travel. Yes, I think they shouldn't have implemented time travel in general. I agree with that. But they implement it very well. The time travel in here makes perfect sense and is fully self-cohesive. As I just explained, it's very, very simple. The rules of time travel will actually be outlined later, but you can only travel in one direction, which is basically forward. So you can only travel in the one direction, which is what young Xehanort's doing, from his teenagehood into the future, very carefully stopping at points along the way in order to get to where he is. Whenever you're done time traveling, you revert back to wherever you started time traveling and lose your memory of the time travel that you did. However, the etchings that exist within your heart still remain, which is actually really important. There's a few other rules of time travel, but I mention this because, again, Kingdom Hearts 1, Ansem's pulled out by young Xehanort, dragged to the future, along with everyone else he picks up on the way, up to the present, does the events of Dream Drop Distance, then they revert, and everyone goes back to where they came from, including young Xehanort.
He thinks I'm afraid of the dark? No. Not while I have the Keyblade. It will guide me to the light.
Oh, poor Riku. Basically, yes, Prog. We are helping Xehanort manipulate himself. See, I have no problem with the linear time theory, Green, which is how this one works.
He made me live inside the bell tower, but the real walls were the ones I built around my heart. You helped me see that, Riku.
Also, these two ended up together for some reason.
I was speaking from personal experience.
I'd say you still keep a lot locked inside.
We all do that sometimes. There are just some things we need to keep separate from the world at large. At least until we have time to figure them out.
Also, the characters that Riku interacts tend to have just a little bit too much insight, more than they should. Which I mentioned because it reminds me of how the Eris situation back in Castle Oblivion in Chain of Memories. You remember that? And I remember how I stopped to talk about that for like 20 minutes. Same idea here.
I know the road my heart walks.
Oh, you don't, Riku.
Hey, Axel. You haven't forgotten.
What?
You made us a promise
That's true.
I did?
that you'd always be there. To bring us back.
Yeah.
Got it memorized?
So this is Lee mere moments before he wakes
Best
up, basically.
friends forever.
And as you can see here, this is awesome. When this happened, I was so happy.
Roxas. That's me.
Really quick. Alias, Ienzo, Even, and Dilan. 4 of the original 5 right here. The only one missing is Braig, and that's it, actually. Although, one thing that is very interesting, Issa was in this room, too, as we saw in that secret ending. That's relevant because when you revert, when you go back to your original self, you return to wherever you lost your heart whenever you split up. That means Issa and Lee both actually split up in this room. I only mention that because that's like the only thing we know about how they became nobodies.
Dylan. Alias. Evan. Ienzo.
And yeah, of course he says Roxas first. And of course, the eyes are different.
We're people again. But only the ones who joined the organization here. I guess Xehanort doesn't count. But where are Braig and Isa?
Wow!
Of course Sora would love Sin Island or whatever the hell it's called. Prankster's Paradise. So this is where things get a little weird with the dream worlds, as I've already described.
That Pinocchio. He must have his poor father worried sick. Still, that little fella's some miracle.
I was gonna say, I could totally picture Sora turning into a donkey and being sent off to the coal mines.
By the Blue Fairy. She made his wish for a son come true because he's given so much happiness to others. Now Pinocchio needs me to guide him and be his conscience. So maybe, one day, he can be a real...
The most likely answer, Noel, is he had one on before he lost his heart.
Get ahead of ourselves, Jiminy. First, you gotta go find Pinocchio.
Most likely
Hey,
infantryman.
Jiminy,
Or infinitary man. Excuse me, I said that wrong.
Who are you? You shouldn't be here, young man.
No, they reappear, Takoida.
Are you okay, Jiminy?
Huh? You mean you've heard of me? Well, I'll be. The name Jiminy Cricket's already spread far and wide.
Really? You feeling all right? It's me, Sora.
Sora, you say? Gosh, I don't think I recognize you. But the name does have a familiar ring.
Oh, yeah.
In the sleeping worlds, real time
Go for it,
does
Love
not
Disney.
flow. Unless one restores the world by waking it from its slumber, it will stay locked in a dream forever.
Forgive me for pausing again, but again, this is where the 3 theories of the nature of the dreaming worlds come in. If these worlds are just in the realm of darkness, it would make sense. Because no, he doesn't, Green. It would make sense because of the fact that time does not flow linearly in the realm of darkness, as we've established many, many times. So it's at least sensical that these worlds are just off, time-wise. If these are, in fact, dreaming worlds, then they don't have to adhere to anything, so they can just do whatever. And, of course, if this is Sora Dream, as I've encountered, again, they don't really have to adhere to anything. So this could literally be just the dreams of this place. As I've theorized, though, the further we go into the dream, the more disconnected we become from Sora's actual experiences and memories and whatnot. Which, again, makes sense if you pull in the Final Fantasy IX theory into this. In other words, a memory is connected to a memory is connected to a memory is connected to a memory. So A may not be connected to D directly, but if you keep following the chain back, there is a connection there, if that makes any sense.
Thus, you may encounter familiar faces, but they are just figments of the dream. In actuality, they are sound asleep.
I liked Fantasia. It's probably my favorite world in this.
Within a world that is also sleeping.
Just funny because I hate the movie.
What's more, whilst someone may no longer dwell in the real version of a world, dreams may paint a fuller picture and restore what seems to be missing.
God, he speaks so damned vaguely.
the real Jiminy Cricket wasn't trapped in this world. So, maybe it's like the dream world's putting him back where he belongs.
Me too, Meat Fist. I'm looking forward
What's
to replaying
that?
it.
I can't hear you.
Right. It's very nice to meet you, Jiminy.
Points for Sora actually
Sure.
putting that together on his own
It's
there.
mutual, Sora.
And not acting
Oh,
stupid.
yeah. So, how come you said I need to get out of here?
You can't fool me. You still think we know each other. And you've just about got me thinking it, too. Well, where was I? Oh, yes.
It's a good question,
This
Love
is
Dinsey.
terrible.
I don't have a good answer
Boys
for you
here
on
are
that.
allowed to wreck things and loaf around and make jackamules of themselves. And poor lost Pinocchio. He wandered in here on my watch. That's right. That's where I must have heard your name, Sora. From my friend Pinocchio.
He knows me? But how?
Alright, hang on. Just a good time to pause to answer Love Disney's question. He asked if nobodies, when they revert to their original selves, if they maintain their power. We don't know 100%. Lee is still strong, but if I was to give you I can only give you my theory on it, which is as follows. When they become a nobody, they can alter reality to a greater extent because of their less coherent connection. I've already explained how becoming a nobody makes you stronger. When you revert, you're cohesed back down, so you're probably more limited. So you're not literally as powerful as you were, but you still retain the skills and the knowledge that you learned while being a nobody. In other words, while I don't think Axel would still be the incredibly powerful person he was, well, I shouldn't say the power level he still maintains all the skills and knowledge and experience, so he is still a very skilled combatant based on what he went through. Someone like, I don't know, Braig, who was already exceptionally skilled and powerful before becoming a nobody, well, it is also, of course, possible that because of the fact that they already know how to manipulate reality, basically, the way that they already did as a nobody, it is entirely possible that they do retain the level of strength they had before, which is funny, because under the right circumstances, if you're being manipulative, that means there's no downside to becoming a nobody. As long as you have a strong heart, and make sure your heartless dies before your nobody does, then you can return and be stronger than before with no downside. Of course, the catch there is, how do you find your heartless? It is probably just random chance that their heartlesses were among the thousands that were destroyed over the course of Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2, but anyways. And it's true, what Meadfest points out is true. Remember, simply having a Keyblade makes you superhuman. So it's entirely possible that because he had that potential for a Keyblade within him, that is what gave him his increased power. And of course, again, he already had the skill, the knowledge, experience from being a nobody, because all his memories are intact. So...
Shame on you, Pinocchio. Playing hooky and goofing off in a place like this.
I'm sorry, Jiminy. I was going to school till I met somebody. Yeah, two big monsters with big green eyes. Hmm?
Oh, you don't say. And then what happened?
They tied me in a big sack. Oh,
Sounds like you were horsing around.
but I snuck off when they weren't looking.
I keep
nose!
lying.
What's happened?
There. You see where those tall tales will get you?
But it's all true. Even the fella in the black clothes who said to play a trick on Sora.
What? Now, who was he? I've had just about enough of your fibbing. Hold on. I guess that part was true. Tell me, Pinocchio, did that man in black say anything else to you?
Correct, Green.
He sure didn't.
Well, good.
Hey, look at that.
That star again. The Blue Fairy.
Meadfist, we actually only have theories about what happens to the original being, considering we know for a fact that nobodies generate their own hearts, and Axel in particular did generate his own heart, then we don't know. It's entirely possible that Lee, the current Lee, has both hearts. This is actually my theory. I've been thinking about it throughout the course of this, because this came up in Kingdom Hearts 2 as well. I think that, the Heartless is over here, the heart is over here with the Heartless, gets released, returns here. the other heart, which is generated in the nobody, gets returned here, and the two actually merge to make one cohesive heart. In other words, there is not two hearts. There's not half of one and half of another. It is literally one fully merged heart. The water and the salt have been combined, if you understand how I think of that. That's just what I think. It is also possible Lee is literally wandering around with two hearts right now, Lee's and Axel's.
Why, Pinocchio? What has happened to your nose?
Oh,
Perhaps you haven't been telling the truth, Pinocchio. Sir Jiminy?
Sir?
Well, you see, Your Honor, Miss Fairy.
Oh, please help me. I'm awful sorry.
You see, Pinocchio, a lie keeps growing and growing until it's as plain as the nose on your face.
I'll never lie again. Honest, I won't.
I'll forgive you this once. But remember, a boy who won't be good might just as well be made of wood.
We'll be good, won't we?
Very well. But this is the last time I can help you.
Apparently the Blue Fairy runs on a 3 strikes rule.
That guy again.
Forget him. If I don't find Pinocchio, he'll turn into a donkey like the rest of the boys.
Right. Then let me help you find him, Jiminy.
Really? I'd be grateful. But how in the world do you know Pinocchio?
Oh, hey! Over there! I see him!
Gosh, that is Pinocchio.
All aboard, Jiminy.
Take it away!
No. Because either this is a dream and therefore is representative of what happened before Kingdom Hearts 1, or this is a dream and representative of his perspective of Pinocchio, or this is a realm sunk in darkness where it's happening before Kingdom Hearts 1 happened.
Only one way to solve this problem.
I really wish 2.0 was out, because it's probably going to pretty definitively confirm or deny the big theory that I have that ties into everything.
Then where's the real Pinocchio?
Sora! Up there! Look at the top of that tower!
You're right.
Yeah, Javin's
Go
a
on,
fairy.
Jiminy.
Are you against Javin?
Gee, Pinocchio.
Actually, Javin might not be in the chat right
Get
now.
up here.
Come on, let's go home. Ah.
I don't know, some of those fairies can be pretty creepy, Andrakelin. Probably green.
There! See him walking?
Well, sure, if that's really him.
Don't give up, Jiminy. Come on, let's go.
Oh god, Lord of the Flame. That would be pretty horrifying.
Pinocchio!
It's okay, I don't hate you, Javin.
Help me, Jiminy.
Oh, my stars above! We've got to do something!
Okay, I got it covered.
Yes, Dakota, at least 2 that we know of.
Oh, Pinocchio, look at you!
I think for now, you two better get out of here.
Yeah, even Axel didn't act like Lee until after some time had passed.
Again?
Xemnas! Okay, just to reiterate, for those of you who didn't really catch it, this is not Xemnas reconstituted. This is Xemnas from some period of time before the end of Kingdom Hearts 2. Probably sometime during Kingdom Hearts 2, based on the fact that he has a lot of knowledge of what's going on. So in other words, just to make this clear here, you know what, I could visually demonstrate this a little bit better. Okay, this pen is young Xehanort. The phone is Ansem. The toilet paper roll is Xemnas. Okay, so this is the past. This is the future. Okay, you with me? It's the last time I'm going to try and explain this. So young Xehanort starts way back here. Now he's only traveling through the future, so he will hop forward years at a time and get to certain things and do certain interactions. Yada yada yada. After a bit of time, Ansem's going to be right about here. Okay, Xemnas is over here. The effect of the events of Dream Drop Distance are way over here. So Xehanort is popping in to these points in time, picking them up and taking them with him, so that when he gets up to the point in time where Xemnas is, he can drag him forward along with him and take all of them forward. This is what he's doing throughout the course of the game, dragging people along with him into the events of Dream Drop Distance, which happens way over here. Okay, you with me? And again, once all this goes away, once the time traveling is done, Xemnas goes back to where he left from. Ansem goes back to where he left from. And young Xehanort goes all the way back over here when his time traveling shenanigans first began.
Xemnas? This isn't possible.
My. A hollow puppet that's managed to grow a heart. Just imagine that.
Pinocchio isn't anything like you nobodies. But if Pinocchio could be given one, shouldn't you be able to have a heart inside you too?
Maybe so. However, do not forget that you yourself are not so very different from us.
I am astonished Sora picked up on that. The fact that it's possible that nobodies generate hearts as well. The mere fact that he picked up on that is just so not Sora. I'm just like, wow. Also, foreshadowing, excuse me.
How am I anything like a nobody? That doesn't make any sense. Well, I hope they got home safe. Hmm?
You must be Sora.
Oh, yes, ma'am. And you must be the Blue Fairy.
That's right. And I'm afraid that I have grave news. Good Geppetto went off to look for Pinocchio, and he was swallowed by a whale named Monstro.
What? Have you told Pinocchio and Jiminy about it yet?
Yes. And when I told them Geppetto was still alive inside the whale and at the bottom of the sea, those two little ones ran off at once. They're very determined to save him.
There's no alternate timeline here, Progressive. There's only one timeline, okay? No alteration, no multiple paths. However, when you revert from time travel, you lose your memories of anything that happened from the moment you started. So from Ansem's perspective, nothing happened. From Xemnas' perspective, nothing happened. The only one who was actually changed by experiences was Xehanort, young Xehanort. And again, that is older Xehanort manipulating his younger self to ensure that his younger self does exactly what his older self wants him to do.
But that's crazy. I've got to find them.
I think that qualifies as a no music.
This Monstro? I've heard of him, Pinocchio. He's a whale of a whale. Why, he swallows whole ships alive. And besides, it's dangerous. Why,
Goodbye, Jiminy.
Goodbye. I may be live bait down there, but I'm with you.
To my knowledge, Xemnas and the Seeker of Darkness were fully aware of each other, but never actually clashed. Gotta admit, that would probably be terrifying. I mean, look at that. Oh, convenient. Sorry. Anyways, could the Seeker of Darkness obtain the organization's Heartless for his own ends? Yeah, absolutely. He possibly did, too, although we have no information on that. That's blind speculation. Oh, by the way, this is kind of obvious, but they're breathing and functioning underwater because it's a dream. This is actually a point of reference in favor of my theory, that they are inside Sora's dreams, not inside a realm of darkness or a dreaming world, because, yeah. I'm tempted to start taking away from the Sora's dumb for each Sora is smart moment. We had two major Sora's smart moments. I'm just going to notate that really quick on my hands here. Two major Sora's smart moments.
Oh no! I'll have to claw my way past, then rescue my friends.
Wait, Javin, what color are your wings? I remember this boss as being annoying. I don't remember why.
I get it now. After this, Pinocchio and Jiminy's world gets dragged
That
into
is
dark,
another smart moment.
and they end up cast into the sea between worlds, along with Monstro. And then, they end up in Traverse Town and the belly of the whale. That's when we meet for real. It's like Master Yensid said. I'm in the dream, Pinocchio's world is dreaming. And that world will never be right again until it wakes from sleep.
Yeah, so wake up, Sora. I am astonished that we're actually having Sora's smart moments. Here, let's set up a poll. Do you guys think we should go ahead and subtract from this for each Sora's smart moment? Hey, Zeiss! I'm gonna write these down on something that isn't my hand. Whoa, God! Alright, we gotta do this with Riku now. So, notice where Riku is.
Pinocchio! Son! Where have you run off to?
Isn't that Geppetto? Then this must be... What's the matter?
Huh? Goodness, who are you?
Riku.
Oh, Riku, you poor lad. Seems you were swallowed up by Monstro just like the rest of us. My name is Geppetto, and I'm looking for my son Pinocchio.
Pinocchio's gone missing?
I'm afraid so. After all my searching, I found him here in the whale. But then he ran off again to who knows where.
That sounds kind of familiar. Mr. Geppetto, let me go look for your son.
You would do that? Thank you. Are you sure?
Yeah, leave it to me.
Did you say you were really going to help us find Pinocchio?
Hang on. This is ridiculous. So I just went Google image searching for Sora Smart. Anyone brave enough? I want you to go do that right now. Go Google image search for Sora Smart. And then explain to me why there's so many image results that are there. That...
Jiminy?
Huh? That's right. Name's Jiminy. Jiminy Cricket. But, shucks, have we met?
No. You know, never mind.
If you say so. Anyway, Pinocchio comes first.
Right. Any idea where he went?
Well, I'm almost certain he wandered off with a stranger.
Can you describe him?
I remember he was dressed in a black coat.
A black coat? He's back again. Thanks.
I don't know, Deutsch. I really don't. There's just all of these females in
I'm going
like
with
bikinis and wings.
Pinocchio's gonna need his conscience, and that's where I come in.
And I have no idea why. I don't understand anything. And there's like nothing here for
Pinocchio!
Sora actually being smart either.
Jiminy!
Oh well, whatever.
Let him go now!
No, they're not naked. They're just in
Thank
bikinis.
goodness.
At least on my
Are
search.
you all right? Riku and I looked for you everywhere.
Uh-huh. I'm just fine. Sorry, Jiminy. I messed up real bad. You and Father must have been so worried about me.
Why, Pinocchio? I think you just might be finally starting to learn.
Who are you?
Yeah.
Me?
Oh, gotcha. That explains it.
As I live and breathe.
That was my dark side. I gave in to the darkness once, and ever since, it's chased me around in one form or another. The Seeker of Darkness who stole my body. A puppet replica of the shadows in my heart.
Hey, he mentioned
Now,
Replica.
I'm facing me.
Your dark side?
Gee, Riku, don't you have a Jiminy like I do? He's my conscience. He's taught me all kinds of important stuff. Maybe you just need somebody to show you what's right and wrong.
Sure. You can't shoulder all your problems alone, you know. You must have somebody. A friend you can talk to?
Yeah. Actually, I do. That stupid grin he's always wearing. He's the best teacher I could ever have.
Gee whiz, I wish I had lots of good friends.
You will, Pinocchio. More than you can count.
What now? Is something in there? Pinocchio, Jiminy,
Hey, third.
you should head back. I'll see what's shaking things up.
Okay.
So yeah, as I mentioned way back in Chain of Memories, like a week ago, Riku's memories were never tampered with after those events, except for a couple related to Sora specifically. So yeah, Riku fully remembers those events, and like I just mentioned, actually refers to Replica there. As a quick aside, I'm still looking for pictures of Sora's smart, and I saw something from a theory crafting thread, which makes me curious. They have an image here, which I will not share with you because of you actually defeating Heartless in Kingdom Hearts 3. Now this is relevant. For those of you not aware, you don't just accidentally make things happen when it comes to graphics design in a video game. Everything that you see, 100% of what you see in a video game, this is true in animation as well, has to be deliberately put there. It doesn't exist unless you put it there. That's relevant because you only put something in the game if you think it has some kind of purpose, either visually for the sake of the game, as part of the UI or design of the game, and relevant to the gameplay, or as part of the lore. I mention this because when you defeat a Heartless in Kingdom Hearts 3, they release a heart. Similar animation to what happens in Kingdom Hearts 2. Now that makes a degree of sense. Nothing's changed with the way we defeat hearts, but the question being raised here is, what's happening to those hearts now? Now that we no longer have a device which is artificially dragging all of those released hearts into it, where are those hearts going? Since, well, I bring this up because either there is another device out there which is dragging the hearts into it, which is entirely feasible. I mean, they could just build another one. Or they're going wherever they're supposed to go. But we don't know where they're supposed to go. Throughout the entirety of the series, anytime a Heartless has been defeated, it has gone to the artificial Kingdom Hearts. The organization had that plan going even during Kingdom Hearts 1. So again, where are those hearts going now that there either is or is not another artificial heart, Kingdom Hearts?
I thought I was only sent into the past, on the Destiny Islands. So why does it seem like time was rewound in this world too? Maybe it's like Master Yen Sid said. The world was freed from darkness, but is yet to wake from it. It's trapped in a never-ending dream.
Which again applies to any of the three theories equally. We must go deeper into Sora! Sorry. That's not actually true. We're not actually going deeper into Sora. We're going deeper into Sora's dream! Meadfist, I don't want to be supportive of emulating, but...
Where are they?
Oh, hang on. If you like the visual aesthetics of FF6 on the Steam version, go for it. From what I understand, it is the GBA version, so the proper translation and the additional content. But if you can deal with those graphics, then go for it. I can't. I think it looks hideous, but that's just preference.
Where are they? I've turned this castle upside down.
And he's pretty good at searching, so... Yeah, he was looking for Isa and
Are the other two
Brig.
still out cold?
Dylan and Evan are conscious again.
Different voice
but
actor.
Still unstable. They're resting inside.
From Chain of Memories.
Gotcha. Well, I guess I'll give the castle grounds a sweep.
Don't. If they were back, we would have found them by now.
So do you think they were blasted off to some other world, or what?
I highly doubt it. When someone who's lost their heart is recompleted, they should return to the place where it happened.
And of course, Ienzo would
And
know that.
if that world is unavailable for whatever reason, a refuge is made for them in the realm between, a world called Traverse Town. They would be sent there. Or perhaps...
No, look. Okay. The fact is, we're here. We've been recompleted, right? So they should be here too. Plain and simple.
I agree, it is strange.
What a drag. Could they not have been recompleted at all?
Well, you see...
Forget it. You know what? I'll bring them back myself.
Huh? How, exactly?
Why do I always get stuck with the icky jobs?
As an interesting note, notice how Anzo has no negative feelings towards Lee, despite the fact that Axel killed Zexion in a pretty horrible way. I mean, yeah, he didn't do it personally, but for all, he might as well have.
What? This outfit? Hey, I know where I am.
So, okay. I hate the default music in this Tron world. I don't know why. There's something about it
Whoa!
really bothers me.
What is that?
Also, it's almost interesting to me that Lee and Issa most likely both became nobodies with a cloak on. Because that means that Lee, once he was reconstituted, still had a cloak, and therefore could still use the corridors of darkness in order to get around. Otherwise, he would be screwed. Yeah, he was the closest Noel. Not his son, as you already know, but very, very close to him.
Whoa! Oh, man!
Also, the graphics of this world look a little off.
Your handle, program.
I, don't have any handles, but the name's Sora.
Verifying handle, Sora. Handle not found. Stray program recognized.
Hey!
Isolating for quarantine.
Whoa there! That is so unfriendly.
Yes, this is based off of Tron Legacy. So, a quick moment here, because this is worth talking about. What exactly this world is depends on which of those three theories we were talking about you think is most likely. But regardless, this is clearly a different Tron than the original Tron. This could be the original Tron, the Tron we saw in Kingdom Hearts 2 was based off of. This could be a divergent Tron, one that was based off the original as well, but is separate from the one Ansem the Wise used. Or this could be a none of the above. In other words, this could just be Sora's dream based off of his connections to Tron. So, like I said, it kind of depends on which of the three theories you adhere to. Also, I had a hard time with this world. This is probably the only world that gave me genuine difficulty.
Tron. He's alive.
Look at that boy's weapon. It's different.
But it's something you programmed, right, Dad?
Huh? No, Sam. No, I've never seen it.
What was that about?
Hey.
Huh?
That weapon. Can I see it?
Oh.
This is just incredible. What a program. The weapon and the wielder.
Program? Not me. This is called a Keyblade, and I'm Sora.
I'm Sam.
So this is like Tron's world, right?
You know Tron.
Yeah, I've met him and stuff.
Listen, that program you just fought was Tron.
What? That was Tron?
Tron used to be a good friend. Together, we created this place, the Grid. It was something, man. But then Clue staged a coup. I was exiled, and Tron wound up getting de-rezzed. Or so I thought. Clue made him into a new program called Rinsler. That's the thing about programs.
Oh, music.
Mess with the code just a little, and their whole nature and memory can change.
Oh, gee, that's surely not indicative of the dozens of other times someone's memory has been altered throughout this series and it's changed how they function. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I had some obvious symbolism stuck in my throat there.
But that's horrible. Most of this is over my head. But both Tron and this world do seem pretty different. Still, if that's really the Tron I know, we should change him back.
Bingo. And now you're up to speed. If
Well,
we're
that's what
lucky,
you're calling now, Bragwin.
Clue kept a backup of Tron's source code. He's a program, after all. He'd be methodical like that.
So, if we get Tron's source code back from Clue, we can put him back to normal, right?
That's the idea.
Great! Thanks, mister.
In this one?
Where are you going?
I don't think
I'm
so.
going after Clue.
Do you even know where he is?
Nope, no idea.
What a strange user. You're nothing like Flynn or Sam. Come on, Sora. I'll show you the way.
Huh? Cora, we have to keep moving.
Yeah. What are you gonna do if Rinsler attacks again?
Hey, Ryan VG.
If we're in a hurry, we have to take care of Rinsler first.
This gets another no music.
Two of us can handle it.
Because this is going on a bit long. Oh, that's true. There was a Moogle in Traverse Town.
All right. Do what you can. Maybe you and Sora can help Tron.
Dad, no.
Relax, Sam. I have a feeling Sora is someone we can trust. Now you and me need to press on.
You want to hear something kind of depressing about this? I could theorycraft at least, I mean literally right off the top of my head, 5 different possible realities of what this Tron is we're seeing, based off of things we don't really know. But none of them matter. I'm serious. It doesn't actually matter which Tron this is for the sake of the overall course of the characters or the setting or the themes or the plot or anything. It's just, okay, we're in Tron 2, let's go, is pretty much how much this matters. So that's why I'm not really deliberating on the dozens of different ways, well, dozens, the multiple different ways that this could actually function.
Cora, be careful.
You too.
Yeah, it's either a world in a dream, Sora being dreamt, or a world trapped in the realm of darkness, and all of those are effectively,
All right.
you know,
It's you and me.
a dream.
You ready, Sora?
Yeah, let's do this, Cora.
Clue should be at the helm of his battleship, the Rectifier. We can get there with a solar sailor from the underground docks.
I'm sorry, Ryan VG. I really am. Hey, look, it's
What's
young
this?
Jeff Bridges.
A keyblade.
Yeah, no matter how we look at this, our Tron is still in Radiant Garden. He's just fine. We could probably go back and revisit our Tron as long as we could get Bruce Bottleitner back, which we probably could.
You sure we'll find Tron's source code here?
It's not here. Maybe Clue has it with him. Sora, let's look elsewhere.
All right.
Oh, I hope not, Thanatos. Seriously, every time I fought this jackass. But yeah, I didn't
Wait,
really do the
Cora.
Ferris wheel thing like I
Let me
probably
talk
should
to
have.
Rinsler. A little heart-to-heart might jog his memory.
He's a program, Sora. Programs don't have hearts.
That's not true.
I like how Sora
The Tron
argues
I
that.
remember, he had something.
Sora argues that a program has
Hey,
hearts.
you used to be called Tron,
The
right?
ex-bigot.
Clue did something to you to mess with your memory. You're a little confused, but that's okay. Come on, remember, Tron.
Now, I will say there is one thing of significance in this particular section, and it's the etchings of the heart thing, which, of course, I've pointed out several times throughout the entire series. In other words, even if your memories go away, there is still a little bit of you and what your interactions are with others etched into your heart.
I don't think Rinsler is quite the friend you remember.
He just needs time, that's all. Quora! Tron, don't!
We all know programs are more people than people.
Tron. Why?
That's what we do. Put the most precious memories in the back of our minds where they're safe. Or in your case, the most precious hearts?
Not you again!
The memory and heart are tightly linked.
Zemnis!
Rub a few memories together, and you get a spark of emotion, a feeling. But in a digital world, memory does not work like that. Nothing is ever felt. You can hold 1,000, 1,000,000 times the information, but there is still no heart with which to parse it.
Except that's not true.
Once, my master Ansem found an old system and made a copy of its master control program and used it to serve his own ends. This is the original data of that system. Here, data can be copied. Memory can be changed and easily manipulated. Tron is a digital entity, so why would he be any different? He obeys the rules of this world. Sora, what about you?
Me?
Your heart, memories, your data, and your dreams. The bits and bytes that have made up your life so far. Can you say for sure they are not just copies of someone else's?
Yes! My memories and feelings belong to me!
You had better check. Make certain the box's contents match what's on the label. Since you have been chosen.
By the way, that again goes back to the more
Chosen for what?
unstable / insane
You think this is
Zemnis.
the realm of dreams, but there you are mistaken. Data does not dream, cannot dream. This world is real. You haven't the slightest idea where you are. That you have already wandered off the path.
What do you mean?
See you around, DJ. And again, how much of what Zemnis just said is true is debatable. Now, I agree. I doubt he would lie about the copy thing. Although, as was pointed out by Order 1, that only means the Kingdom Hearts 2 one is a copy, not that this one is a copy or that this one isn't the original or whatever. So we still don't actually know. It's not really confirmed. It is also worth noting that both he and young Xehanort are deliberately lying to manipulate Sora in order to affect their overall long-term plan. I think the only one who actually is straight up honest with Sora is actually Xigbar, who we'll see later. Listen to that crowd that isn't there.
What in the world?
See? Combatant 13. Told you.
Greetings, Sora. I've been waiting.
Who are you?
I am Clue.
So it was you. You're the guy who turned Tron into Rinsler.
Correct. I had to repurpose his code.
Well, unrepurpose it.
Yes. Under the right parameters, I might.
Huh?
You have a little item called a Keyblade. It can open any lock, isn't that right? Hand it over, and I'll change Rinsler back into Tron.
Well, he isn't the smartest person, Takoya.
The Keyblade?
Although he's certainly a lot smarter in this one.
I can't. This is what lights the darkness. A chance to make everyone happy.
Ha! Flawed reasoning. I'll have to take it by force.
Also, you can't take it by force. I mean, he could give it, but you can't take it, so...
Tron, why can't I get through to you?
Fight, Sora!
Cora!
Because you're trying to access his memories, not his
I
heart.
can't believe it!
Yes, I think Tron heard you. Long enough for me to escape.
Yeah, I had trouble with this boss
You can
fight.
do it.
I really did.
You can get through to him.
This is the first time I had to replay a boss several times.
Sora, you have to fight him.
But, Cora, how can I...
You have that key. It will bring him to his senses.
I do love the fact that, as Javan points out, probably jokingly, but he's got a thread of seriousness there. Sora is still acting like he's the main character in Dream Drop Distance, but he really isn't. This Dream Drop Distance is Riku's story. Sora does have some very important character development in it, but this is all about Riku, really. Hey, Night Forager. He used the Keyblade to unlock the program that is Tron, basically.
Oh, Tron!
Bye, Bruce. Hopefully see you again. Except we'll never get a Tron 3 because they're stupid!
I'll deal with you later. I have to retrieve Rinzler.
No comment, Night Forager.
He reached for my hand. Tron is still in there.
I actually feel bad for him there, honestly.
You and that key have a special power.
But again, if that Tron is a dream, then of course he would react to Sora. Especially if he is Sora's dream.
So, does that mean we're friends?
Of course.
I'm not going to say anything about that, Meat Fist.
What if my memories aren't my own? No. I
See
gotta
around,
be
Plate
like Tron.
Smasher.
Maybe we're walking the wrong path, but our hearts will lead us back to the truth.
I'm sorry to point this out, but you know how one of the most amusing ways to manipulate someone is to tell them the truth while having a reputation for being a manipulative bastard? I mention this because that's pretty much exactly why Xigbar is the actual good manipulator in this situation. But it's kind of a theme in general. Basically, Sora looks at the bad guys, and he sees them as that. You're bad guys, and you're good guys. So he looks at the bad guys and say, well, I can't trust whatever you say, so I'm going to not do what you say. I'm not going to agree with you, and I'm just going to kind of, like, keep going in this path, which is exactly what they want you to do. I say this is Riku's story, but Riku isn't really a part of the Xehanort's plans. Sora is. This is all about getting Sora. This whole game is Xehanort trying to get a hold of Sora, along with a few other things set up for the future. Meanwhile, or at the same time, depending on how you define it.
My clothes. Is this world special?
Remember, Riku never went to Tron.
A Dream Eater! No. Let's see how this plays out.
I don't know, Ryan VG. I've been thinking about that since you said it. This could be a Farplane-like situation.
Another stray.
Seriously, why do they pick this song? There's actually good music in that movie. I mean, I know, Daft Punk. Licensing, yada yada yada. Copy wrong.
Are you a prisoner?
Yeah, it looks that way.
Name's Sam.
I'm Riku. Where are we, Sam?
We're on the grid.
That is entirely possible, Leander. It's very possible Yensid deliberately exposed Sora to Xehanort's plan, just so Sora would grow up a little bit and, you know, start to take things a little more seriously and cautiously. Because, I mean, that sounds horrible, but if you think about it, the stakes of the Keyblade War that's about to start, the storm that Aqua referred to, are so huge, he can't afford to have one of their champions being someone who is so easily manipulatable by the enemy. So part of this point of this entire exercise might be Yensid trying to make Sora a little less malleable by manipulating him, which is hilarious if you think about it.
Only a precious few are granted light cycle battle privileges.
You gonna explain why it's so lucky?
I'll show you.
How hard can it be?
I do like how Riku's the one with the light cycle.
I think I've had enough entertainment for one day.
Riku!
I think we all did, Undead Master.
You made
Or
it.
still do.
You escaped from the games.
That was not his. That is not
I know a way
Jeff
off
Bridges
the
doing the
grid.
voice, no.
Wanna come with?
No. You go ahead. Wait, what's the way out?
Through the portal.
Portal?
Yeah. It's like a gate that opened when I came here. Once I'm back in the real world, I can delete Clue. And then my dad will be able to come home.
Your dad?
He vanished 20 years ago when he came here to the grid. But because he needed to protect his disc from Clue, he went into hiding. He's been trapped there ever since. But I'm gonna change that.
I see. Sam, you mind if I go with you after all? To the portal?
Yeah,
Sure.
this qualifies as a no music.
I'll take what help I can get. But first, there's somebody I need to meet. He's in the city.
By the way, what's the poll at? I really need a drink. Like, I'm dehydrating, but I'm sorry to pause this, guys.
I tried to get back, but
Actually, I won't pause it. I'll just
I
let you watch
couldn't
it.
get to the portal. It uses massive power, and it can't stay open forever. And like a safe, it can only be opened from the outside. It closed on me, Sam. That's why I never came home.
So the portal, it activated when I came in. So it's open now.
Not for long. Only 1 millicycle. About 8 hours.
So we go now. We go home. We make a run for it. We get you out of
Sam,
here.
Don't rush.
What do you mean, don't rush? The portal's gonna close.
My disc is everything, Sam. It's the master key. The golden ticket. The way out. And not just for me.
What do you mean?
Our worlds are more connected than anyone knows. Blue figures if I can be in.
He can be out?
With my disc, it's possible.
And then what?
Game over.
Why is this
Guy
music
doesn't
playing
believe
for
in
this scene?
perfection. What's more imperfect than our world? I can't let that happen. I won't.
So what do we do? Nothing?
It's amazing how productive doing nothing can be. Clue is planning something. We've known that for a while. It's his game now. The only way to win is not to play.
Yeah, well, that's a hell of a way to live.
But it is a way. Sometimes life has a way of moving you past things like wants and hopes.
That's great, Dad. Keep telling yourself that.
Good night, Sam.
Kill some time till I get back.
And he just saunters off. I love that. See, this is why I don't really like this Tron section. This is a bit of a shame. Because, you know,
I get to fight more than boredom.
rehashing the movie. Really sick of the rehashing the movie problem. This is just another example of that.
What? Sam!
Who's this?
I'm Riku. Sam and I were on our way to the portal.
Come with us.
Where
Hi,
are we
Mighty
headed?
Mage.
The portal. But we need a solar sailor. There's one in the underground docks.
Soon I will kill everyone here. Yeah, they're a little more rushed. And I can tell you exactly why it is. Because they're basically, they're basically repeating the movie except like twice.
It is.
So it's like half the movie and then half the movie. And so they're like rushed in addition to being rushed, if you follow me.
She's stable.
This is like quad speed.
We have to go back. Clue will use it to reach the outside world. I can stop him from destroying it if you just let me do this.
You've done enough already.
Another no music here.
So what do we do now?
I don't know. Nothing. We do nothing. Be still.
It is funny to me that Tron in Kingdom Hearts 2 is one of the best worlds because it was so relevant to the Kingdom Hearts story, and Tron here is so irrelevant to the Kingdom Hearts story, and is
We can hop a solar sailor.
bad,
A
in my
full-on
opinion.
sprint to the portal. We can beat Clue there. Let's get her out of here.
I mean, really, this section especially really does give me the Pirates of the Caribbean vibes, just like it did in Kingdom Hearts 2. Hey, Mighty Mage again.
Is she gonna make it?
I don't know.
But didn't you write her code?
Some of it. But the rest is just beyond me.
She's an ISO.
ISO?
A whole new life form.
Sorry.
Korra is the last ISO.
And you created them?
They manifested like a flame. They weren't really from anywhere. The conditions were right, and they came into being. For centuries, we've dreamed of a pure existence beyond our own. I found them in here, like flowers in a wasteland. They were spectacular. Everything
I'll agree
I
with
hoped
that,
to
Fat
find in the
Squeak.
system. Control, order, perfection. None of it meant a thing.
I wasn't gonna make the Damon
Isos,
Tools joke, but
they were gonna be my gift to the world. There. Good as new. It's gonna take a while for our system to reboot.
why?
So what happened?
Why don't you just put her on an
To your
SSD, dude?
Clue. Clue happened. He was built to create the perfect system, but endless potential can never, ever be fully realized.
So he's the Borg.
Clue saw the ISOs as an imperfection, so he destroyed them.
He screwed up.
And yeah, we've done
No.
Under the Sea already.
He's me. I screwed it up. Chasing after perfection. Chasing after what was right in front of me. Right in front of me.
Look too hard for one thing, and you miss everything else.
Trust
And
Riku
then
to actually pick up on
people around you
the
get hurt in
message there.
process. Like Xehanort. His single-minded thirst for answers created Ansem. We all have a little of that curiosity in us. So if we're not careful, any one of us could create an Ansem.
Well, I don't know if they
Great.
could create someone as
They
bad
found
as
us.
Ansem was.
We've been put on a new course.
Goodbye.
Korra!
No, wait!
No one is as bad as you, Baronessa. You know, you'd think her attempt here at distracting
She's
him
removing herself from the equation.
were for a purpose.
Can't just let her go.
but-
Yeah,
No. Hold on, Sam. What about getting you to the portal? You shut them down from the outside.
But Korra comes first. And we still have to get back your disc.
Sam, if you chase two rabbits, you won't catch either.
if this is a father-son thing, I won't butt in. But we should probably get back that disc at least, before Clue uses it to destroy the outside world. Come on, Sam.
Right. Meet me on the flight deck. And get us some wheels.
Wheels? What's your plan?
I'm a user. I'll improvise.
Oh my god.
Riku, I gotta save Korra too.
I know. We will.
The dish should be somewhere on the throne ship. I saw it dock here earlier.
Yeah, I can just picture Riku being like, really?
All right.
I've got a few more serious things to deal with here right now.
Sam, go!
Slow-mo. Yeah, Riku's a little faster than that. Sorry, buddy.
What are you doing here?
To the flight deck.
The Clue will be here any minute. We'll never make it.
Don't worry. Riku's here to help.
Well, he is inside Sora's dreams, Deacon. Again, no matter which of these three theories is correct, Riku is definitively inside Sora's dreams in his world, so... yeah. No, Night Forger, I don't think that's an apt comparison. Tell me about it, Deacon. Could you imagine? Now we have to bring her into the outside world, which means programs can manifest as people. And nobody examines the implications of that. Of course, we were going to have Tron 3, which might have got into that, but whatever.
This is mine.
You have no combat
Had a
abilities.
feeling you'd be here. You! You promised that we would change the world, together! You broke your promise.
Oh, shush, Deutsch.
I took the system to its maximum potential.
By adding
Now,
Dream Eaters.
You see the applications at my disposal. I don't believe it.
It's a freaking acid trip.
You can leave this one to me.
I like how Riku just shuts him down there. It's like, no, let me handle this one. Idiot. Fun boss fight. I like this one. Hey, Infinity.
I created the perfect system. The thing about perfection is that it's unknowable. It's impossible. But it's also right in front of us all the time. You wouldn't know that because I didn't when I created you. I'm sorry, Clue. I'm sorry.
You see this, Infinity Nova? We're gonna just add another no music thing here. That kick killed me. You need to go to the outside world.
Clue! Remember what you came for! No. No. Why? He's my son. Go!
Oh, he didn't kill him. That would have made that much more impacting, I think. I'm gonna add another no music to this because this is a little silly.
It's time! No!
Sam, it's what he wants.
I'm not leaving you! Take her!
It's okay. You'll get a hot girlfriend out of it. So I mean, if I've learned anything from Disney movies, that's all people really care about. I mean, look at all Aladdin went through just for Jasmine, for God's sakes.
Goodbye, kiddo.
Don't even think about it.
Wow! Suddenly, power! Actually, yeah, Jovan. I kinda am. Yes, Clue is a program. Whoa! Well, he was a program. Now he's been end-tasked. That's true, Meatfist. He's one of the most successful Disney protagonists. I never thought about that.
The portal is gone. These gates that connect worlds. Maybe when we pass through them, we're challenged and changed. And it's not over. There are more trials ahead we have to overcome.
Ah, tornado storms.
But we'll be ready, Sora.
I don't know, Lorerun. I mean, seriously, if you're already committed to die, just do it and get it over with. God. Freaking Jeff Bridges. I don't even remember his character's name. Flynn, I think? Meanwhile... For once, this isn't a flashback.
Just fine as long as Riku's with him.
Huh? You don't think? No! Master Yen said.
Look! It's a raven!
Oh.
That raven is Maleficent's.
What's the cat? Why, that's Minnie's.
Dun, dun, dun.
Huh?
Gorge, what's it say?
It's from Maleficent. She's kidnapped Minnie.
She took Queen Minnie?
The letter says for me to return to Disney Castle, or else.
Mickey, there is no time to waste.
Okay, you fellas stay here.
King Mickey, we're going with you.
Gosh, I guess you're right, pals. We friends need to stick together. Master Yen and Sid, we'll be back.
I don't want to make fun, but isn't it funny how Maleficent has been getting less of a threat as the games go on? She's reduced now to kidnapping Minnie. I mean, that's Bowser level.
The timing is too perfect, too calculated. Maleficent must sense a change in the forces of darkness.
There's no way Xehanort has anything to do with this.
A change like Xehanort.
Considering we know for a fact Xehanort has already manipulated Maleficent in the past. I mean, really.
Huh? I'm back in Traverse Town.
So this is the only town you revisit.
Why, hello down there, Sora. I've been waiting.
You do know you can wait on the ground, right? Come down so we can talk.
Okay,
Now?
I should have clarified.
Now? What do you mean now?
I should have clarified when I say that Bowser's not a threat. I mean like in the Mario and Luigi series. He's awesome. Don't mistake me. He is an amazing character. But calling Bowser from the Mario RPGs a villain? I don't think that... Oh, excuse me. I don't think that actually really qualifies. He's at worst an anti-hero, and at best is just a person who's over there doing his own thing. But he is in no way a villain, which is my point. In Kingdom Hearts 1, Maleficent was pretty close to being an actual villain. In Kingdom Hearts 2, she was much more closer to being a Disney villain, which is much less serious of a threat, as I mentioned. And here in this game, yeah, but we'll talk about it.
Come down so we can talk.
Now?
Now? What do you mean now? You're the one who said you were waiting.
You know, you're turning more into Neku every day. But listen, I'm glad you two showed up because...
You two? Does that mean Riku's here?
Yes, but you and he are still a world apart. He didn't seem especially worried, though. He knows he'll find you.
Yeah.
Just look at Neku. He and the others all found their game partners.
Oh, they're back home safe now?
Nope.
Remember what I told you. Their existence is on the line. And the Reapers are dead set on erasing them for good. But they found refuge in this world. And luckily, each other too.
Reapers?
Right. If Neku and the others want to get back to where they came from, they need to win the Reaper's Gate.
I'd just like to make a Mass Effect joke here. There we go, we're done.
It's like a series of missions. Those are the rules of their home ground. Except, this time, the mission is a tough one. They're pitted against a Dream Eater that can summon 100 more like it. So, I was sort of hoping you and Riku could help us out. You have your Keyblades, and with those, we might still have a chance.
Well, I'm glad he's here with me.
If he is. Riku's on one side of the portal, and you're on the other. He might be by your side, he might be 1,000,000 miles away. You can't measure the distance in time or space. Even without the wall between you, it's hard to say.
Don't worry. He's with me.
Because he's a
Even
dream.
when it might seem like he's not.
Ryan VG. Also, I really like this version of Traverse Town that plays in this area.
You two are lucky.
You and your friend are lucky too, Joshua.
I appreciate you saying that with conviction, even though you have no idea what you're talking about.
Hey!
Anyway, Neku and his partner are pinned down in the Fountain Plaza. I can count on you, right?
Always.
Either that, Javan, or as Samurai speculates, she might go up in threat level and serious level in Kingdom Hearts 3.
Traverse Town? Why am I back? Joshua.
Nice of you to join us.
What happened?
Trouble happened. I was hoping one of you could help.
When did Sora get here?
Bravo, Riku. Why can't he be this quick on the uptake?
Yeah, well, Sora's a little...
He's stupid.
Now,
67
let's get down
times
to
stupid.
the problem. We've got a nasty Dream Eater on our hands. It keeps jumping between worlds. Not only that, it knows how to summon creatures like it. Pretty powerful ones, too. The others are on a mission to stop it, but they need help.
The others? You mean Shiki and her friends?
That's right. They all found their game partners, and Shiki is over fighting in the other Traverse Town. In fact, Sora is helping them out.
Good to hear. So what can I do?
Actually, the Dream Eater just reappeared in the Fountain Plaza. I sent Beat and his partner to face it.
I'm on it.
Oh my god, 13 people voted yes.
Riku, there's something else you need to know. These two Traverse Towns separated by the portal. I was under the impression they were parallel worlds, but it looks like I was wrong.
This is where
Wrong
the
how?
thing I mentioned earlier comes in.
That's where it gets tricky. After you and Sora left, Shiki crossed the portal to join her game partner. Did you notice players have a mission timer inscribed on their hands? Well, when she got to the other side, Shiki had more time left on her clock than her partner. And when Beat's partner crossed over from the other side, she had less time left.
So time flows differently here and there? So what? That's true of any two worlds.
Wait, it is?
Their homeworld would be running on a different time axis too.
Yes, I understand that. But if these Traverse Towns were parallel worlds, then time would flow the same in both. But it doesn't. Ergo, they are not parallel worlds.
This is part of why I theorize that this is not actually this is not a dream. That Joshua actually is Joshua, who has found refuge inside Sora's dreams. Because he's actually speculating and understanding the nature of the two sides of the dream that Riku and Sora are in, and actually understanding it more and more as he goes through it.
You mean there's a past and a future?
No, impossible. The worlds are clearly separate. It's not just time that sets them apart. As you yourself noted, every world flows at its own pace, which tells me that for all their similarities, these are two distinct worlds.
Distinct worlds?
Yes, but this is all conjecture.
That's because you don't understand
It's
that
like
you're in
the
a dream.
same world imagined by two people.
Bingo!
What does that tell you? That we're in
A dream.
Yes. Bravo again, Riku. In which case, none of this may matter one bit to me or my friends. But to you and Sora, I think it might be a vital clue.
Right.
Wait, why are people making fun of
Thanks.
Deutsch?
So you need me in the plaza?
Wow, I'm running out of bravos.
Be right back.
Meanwhile,
This is starting to wear me down. Can we get a timeout?
nope. We must have Composer Bird.
What? Miss me?
Sora?
I'll take it from here.
No. I don't need your help.
Of course you do. Where are your Dream Eaters? How else can you fight?
I don't need them anymore.
Oh, right. Your partner. Well, don't you want to make it out of the game? Who's gonna help her if you get hurt?
Okay, you win. I'll let you do the sweating.
Yeah, that boss is another of those irritating bosses.
He got away.
Ludwig von Beethoven, I like that.
So you must be Neku's partner.
What is wrong with your
I'm
waist?
Kiki. Nice to meet you.
I'm sorry, it just bothers
Told
me.
all about you.
Cool. But you should have seen him. He looked everywhere for you.
Hey, Sora, stop
2
talking.
hours and
What?
40 minutes, give or
Why?
take. And
You
Frony.
said you need her. That's a good thing.
That's sweet, Neku.
I need you to stop annoying me.
Well, I still think it's sweet. It's nice to be needed.
I'm sorry, is this a bad time? Because
Also,
that
she
Dream
doesn't
Eater
actually
rapper has
look like
been
that.
treated to the other imagining of this world.
Sorry, I won't
Other
spoil anything
imagining?
else.
You mean where Riku is?
Yes. He and our other friends will do what they can, but we'll just run ourselves in circles at this rate. We need to trap that thing in one place, and then we can finish it.
Trap it where?
The 3rd district.
Okay.
Joshua,
Yes, Neku?
tell me, are we really gonna make it home?
But Neku, I thought you couldn't afford to lose. Give up on yourself, and you give up on the world.
Right. So I'll see you there?
Me?
Yeah. You're my friend. It's your home, too.
Maybe it's you that's turning into Sora.
Huh?
Thanks.
Meanwhile, the other Beethoven.
About time, yo!
See you around, Bregman.
Pete, what happened to your Dream Eaters?
Don't need them when I've got my game partner. And I don't need you!
Oh,
Oh, here we go again. 5 seconds ago it was, where's Riku? And now the act?
Whoa! Don't tell him that!
okay. Really, Beat? Really?
It's so nice to meet you. I'm Rhyme. Riku, right? Sorry, my partner's acting like a doofus.
I am not! You always gotta go around and
I love this,
garnish
by the
my
way.
reputation.
This is great.
Since when? You burned that bridge all by yourself. Nobody raises his reputation by lowering others.
Yo, Riku, you gonna sit there and let her get in my grill?
Sorry, it's just... You two are cut from the same cloth.
I ain't made of cloth.
So I love this because the boss is right there. And they're just ignoring him. And the boss is like getting more and more pissed off that they're ignoring him. And he's like, dude,
There, see? I'm a
would
Rhyme. You didn't just call me a punk again.
you stop ignoring me? I am a boss. I am an important creature. God damn it, look at me.
All right, now we ruffled its feathers.
I love
Ready
it.
to do this?
Yeah! Me and Rhyme will handle things here.
You go after that thing.
Right.
And he really was like right there, like 5 feet in front of him, and he's just like... That amuses me. Yeah, me too, Fat
Quantity
Squeak.
versus quality, huh?
Riku, the third district. We're going to pin it between both worlds.
Got it.
It would just be every scene
I got you
beats
now.
him.
This is my street, yo.
You gotta play by the rules.
Oh no!
Hey!
Sora, you got this.
This is so tired, yo. Every time we chase him down.
I know. But we've got an ally on the other side. Don't worry.
Suddenly music of weirdness.
Yeah, well, I still don't like it.
You know, you are such a good listener, Beat. You're like a sponge, really.
Me? I'm not a sponge. I'm just me.
My dad's not a cell phone.
You mean Daisuke Nojo Bito.
Hey! Don't use my full name!
That's a weird name.
Hey!
Well, it's time to go.
Bye.
Hey, Riku. Thanks.
Yeah, stay cool. We'll catch up with you soon.
Mm-hmm. Say hi to Sora.
Sure.
Riku, remember what I said. Be careful. If this really is a dream, it's going to lie to you, to try and make you think it's real.
I got it.
What? I don't got it.
You and Sora would break your heads on this one.
Huh?
Hang on, I have to say this just for Javan's sake. Man, this song is exactly like Persona's music. In fact, maybe those are Persona characters. That would make sense.
I got it, Riku.
It's working. People through for us.
We'll handle things here. You take care of the boss.
Will do.
I like how he even calls it a boss. I was just making fun about the Persona thing.
Not again.
Hey, Josh, where'd it go?
Somewhere else. Out of Traverse Town, and out of my reach. We'll just have to let it go.
Great.
So we failed the mission?
See you, Mighty Mage.
I'll go after it.
What?
Come on. I'm not an actual player. Can't I bend the rules?
Well, I guess the rules of the world don't apply if your hearts are connected. Right, Sora? That's how you roll.
Right. Then it's settled.
Sora,
True enough, Javan.
thanks. It wasn't easy. You made it easier.
Yeah.
Wow, Neku, you've changed.
Huh? You think?
Yeah. You're less dorky.
What?
Once you find your friend, Sora, you should come hang out in our town.
Definitely. See you in Shibuya.
Sure. It's a deal.
Except probably not. So I have a weird question for you guys who have played World's Ends with you. And I'm going to phrase this as non-spoiler as I can.
Anything I should pass on to Riku?
Which Shikiki
No.
do you prefer?
I'll see him soon.
Which outfit, I guess I should say.
You big Santa! That works for me. We all got a role to play, right?
Gorge, at least he's honest in a dishonest way.
Silence! No underling of mine shall be insulted so. I have great plans for dear Pete and for all the worlds. Once I have taken
No, I
them
don't,
for my
Green.
own.
Then I've got bad news for you. That day's never gonna come.
Perhaps you should take a few moments to reconsider.
I prefer the other
Or
one,
does
too.
the Queen's life mean nothing to you at all?
Mickey, don't you listen to her. You can't let Maleficent have her way.
No! Minnie! All right, Maleficent. Tell us what you want.
Let me see. Shall I begin with this world? I much preferred it in its darker, more ominous permutation.
You said it. This place needs some lights out time.
You're lying, Maleficent. Not even you would go through this much trouble just for that. What is it you're really after?
Very perceptive. I presume you are familiar with Xehanort, the man who led me to discover worlds outside of my own.
Yes, Titan.
You know him?
As do you, I see. Yes, he shared everything with me. Winning a heart over to the darkness. And, most gloriously, about the 7 hearts of pure light. The ones that would grant me the power I need to conquer all worlds. However, the worlds were too complex. Too much for even me to contain. It seemed I had miscalculated. Then it came to me. Of course, I could go about conquering other worlds in my own manner. You do have the data for all the worlds, do you not? And now you will hand it over to me.
What do you mean?
No, I agree, John.
Bozos pretend you don't remember. Me and Maleficent was trapped inside it. Now cough it up.
Why do you want the data?
I'm sorry, I forgot that was even a thing. That is so Pete. I want to watch that again. I want to watch that again.
Over to me.
What do you mean?
Don't you bozos pretend you don't remember. Me and Maleficent was trapped inside it. Now cough it up.
That's awesome. Anyways, so yeah, like I said, Dream Drop Distance, it really is exposition, the game. It explains a lot of things about every single previous game. It could be argued to be the most important game to the overall plot in the entire series because of how much it expounds on everything. But this is all the stuff I was already telling you about how Maleficent has been manipulated by Xehanort since the very beginning, since all the way back in Birth by Sleep. This is just her confirming it here.
Why do you want the data?
I'm afraid that is no concern of yours.
Wouldn't want a royal Minnie Mouse in us to get a boo-boo now, would we?
I see you have failed to recognize the futility of your situation.
Of course, Pete would have a grudge against Minnie, too.
Very well. Face your doom!
Hello, Lee. I like how the second she's free, she casts a spell.
Minnie! Maleficent, you lose!
Say, milady, I think the pipsqueak's right. We better hit the road.
I now know that what I seek lies within these walls. Trust that I will eliminate you in good time.
Uh-huh.
Hey, wait for me, Maleficent.
I like how she just casually saunters away. That is so her. So yeah, the real purpose of that scene...
Darkness to get here?
Yeah, he's got the
That was
cloak
reckless.
on. He's got the cloak.
But gosh, I didn't expect you to save us. Axel.
Axel didn't. My name is Lee. Got it memorized?
One nice touch. Quentin Flynn does the voice just a little bit different for Lee than he does Axel. Because he likes his presentation, Samurai.
Stand back. Here goes nothing.
Okay, so this world makes zero sense. For those who are not aware, The Three Musketeers was a little pseudo-movie that came out that has nothing to do with anything else, even though it had lots of the main characters in it. But it wasn't canonically connected to anything else. And yet, all of a sudden, it's here.
Are you okay?
With Mickey, and Minnie, and Pete, and Donald, and Goofy. Now, I love this movie a lot, and I enjoy this section through the game. But this bothered me so much, because this is so inconsistent with everything else. I was just racking my brain trying to figure out how this fit. This is actually how I came to the theory that this was all inside Sora's dreams from the beginning. That he was dreaming through his connections to them for them. Also, fun little factoid about Three Musketeers world. This is the only world, the only one, where young Xehanort does not appear at all. I don't know if that's significant or not, but I just mention it because this world really just doesn't fit with the others in terms of theme or story or anything like that. But again, this is where I get that theory of the inside Sora's dreams from.
What? Wait. Is this like what happened with Jiminy and Tron? But I'm not in Disney Castle. And that world isn't one of the ones that's asleep. I don't get it.
You okay? What's wrong?
Oh, I was wondering where I was?
Hmm? Where'd you get that key?
In terms of personality at this point in Titans? No.
It's a key
I know. You came from another world, right?
Huh? Yeah.
My name's Mickey. I'm working on a problem. That's why I'm in this world, being a musketeer.
So, am I in a world the king visited that I don't know about? A world that's trapped in sleep somewhere? 'Cause I guess...
You seem confused. Look out!
I'm Sora. Let me handle him.
I don't know, Javan. Not only do I not agree with you on that, but that is very much not Nomura's style.
I sure owe you one. Some musketeer I turned out to be.
Hey, whoa, whoa. Where's the bad guys?
Goofy!
Hey,
Everything's under control, Goof!
Really? You mean we clobbered them?
The idea is that this is someplace Mickey went to probably before Birth by Sleep.
Hey, Donald!
Back before those two were his knight and mage. Back before they'd really formed their personalities. Goofy will actually demonstrate his very first I'm smart moment here.
Nice to meet you.
And Donald will showcase his level of courage for the first time in this one, too.
We're friends for life.
And I'm Goofy.
I do, Final Cloud.
Friends for life.
Now, we've got to go protect the princess. Donald, Goofy, follow me.
Hey, wait! You're not gonna let me come along?
But you're not a musketeer, and this mission is fraught with danger.
All the more reason I should help. When the going gets tough, the tough call their friends.
Well, all right. Thank you.
Great! Should we do the thing?
The thing? Ah.
One.
And one for all!
4 lights against the 10 darknesses? Hell, I don't know.
Congratulations, boys!
No,
In line
Goofy
to
and Donald are from the
unleash
original
potential,
Disney
I
World.
dub you Royal Musketeers.
The real question is
Just
where
look at
if this is their Minnie and their Pete, or if this is another one. Yeah, by the way, the fact that there's 4 Musketeers is actually a nice touch. I imagine most people completely missed the fact that there's 4 Musketeers.
Princess Minnie. Some nefarious nincompoop has got it out for her, see? And it's your job.
Really quick, I just want to explain this. we know that Pete was in the original Disney World, so it's actually pretty likely that this is not Pete. This is a different character that is based off him, but is effectively a separate individual. We know that that is Mickey, and most likely Sora. Why do I keep calling him that? Donald and Goofy. However, it is likely, based on this, that this is actually where Minnie comes from. That this is the world that Minnie originated on in the Kingdom Hearts verse, and that they actually brought her back to Disney Town after this instance.
I have to personally keep her safe.
Somebody's after the princess? Tell us!
What? So soon? Don't we get to practice?
Yeah, everyone forgets the fourth Musketeer.
The 1, 2,
or doesn't know about him.
Ready for anything.
Don't worry, Donald's real brave, and Goofy's clever. And while I may be small, I've got the heart of a musketeer. All for one, and them for all!
Oh, I guarantee you that's where he learned it from, Lord of the Flame. Considering that was a reference in Kingdom Hearts 1 to this, it makes sense that they would tie that around like that. We're pretty close to the end. This is one of the last worlds.
A Dream Eater!
Also, the T-Rex Dream Eater just looks cool.
Bad guy.
Yes, Ashen Knights. Not sure how, but it will include it.
Gotta protect the carriage, no matter what.
But seriously, the T-Rex Dream Eater is my favorite design of all the Dream Eaters. Yeah, there's one more after this one, and then
We'll be
we'll
lightening
see.
your load by one, princess. Now make like those musketeers in Scran.
Au revoir.
Yes, the very last world will be a bit longer because it includes gameplay, at my request. Although I think Samurai agreed with me on the idea, so it's not like I had to force him. I still appreciate it, Samurai, I really do. This last world is just... Yeah, I'm gonna shut up. Actually, you can, Leander. You can get the T-Rex Dream Eater in your party.
Mickey!
Okay, that expression was perfect. You're mad.
Sorry, they got away
Mickey!
with the princess.
Don't be. It's not your fault.
As long as we all stick together, I know we can get the princess back.
It's hopeless.
Goofy's right. As a team, we can do anything.
Yeah, come on.
Well, I ripped out Samurai's heart recently, Nerozaz, so...
Hey, look, Mickey. There's the carriage. But there's no sign of the princess.
Then that means...
Yup, she's out there somewhere, counting on us to come to the rescue.
Yeah, but we're musketeers.
And we're gonna be the ones to save her.
No, Samurai's a nobody.
Hey! Aren't you forgetting someone?
Sora, thank you.
So if I could... I'm sorry, I want to just mention something really, really quick here. I feel like Dream Drop Distance follows the standard pattern of Kingdom Hearts games a lot. First part of the game, great. Last part of the game, great. The middle part is mostly filler, but the further you get in, the better the filler gets. You remember how in Kingdom Hearts 1, Halloween Town and Peter Pan's World were both actually pretty good, but early on we had Wonderland and Tarzan. It's the same damn thing here. First few worlds are like, ugh. But for me, I really enjoyed the Three Musketeers world, and I really enjoyed the next world, the one that's right after this one, both of which were a lot of fun for me. And so it feels like it's like, if I was to put the quality on a graph here, it'd be like, high quality, then ugh, and then it slowly rises until we get to the end of the game, and then it stays up there. And a lot of Kingdom Hearts games do that, I've noticed.
It is safe. We couldn't have done it without you.
Sure. Happy to help.
Oh, my hero.
I think I tried to grind that Darch Monster and gave up.
It's the bad guys.
Thought we'd go down easy peasy, eh? Let me at him.
All right. We can do this all day.
Wait, Sora. Got any suggestions, Goofy?
Oh,
You've got an idea?
and it might even be a good one, too. Hold on.
Sure. Take your time.
Um, so this is actually done a little bit better in the cartoon. But that was Goofy, basically his very first smart moment. And that's why he'll be smart throughout the rest of the series. Because he had a good idea. Donald's still a coward, though.
All for one, and one for all!
Oh, do you see that?
Well, it kind of fits Lord of the Flame, as weird as that sounds.
Hey, you! Not so fast!
Goofy,
Really, Noel?
where are you going?
Wow.
What's the matter, Sora? Hold on.
Oh, Mickey, Goofy just sort of took off.
Goofy's gone? But why would he leave his post? Not you too, Donald!
That's what I'm thinking, yes, Dakota.
Calm down, Donald. Start from the beginning.
The captain's gonna kidnap Princess Piggy.
What? But he's the one who made us musketeers.
Yep.
It was all a big lie.
A lie?
This is kind of weird, because I've actually watched this movie just a few
Lie
months
and no
ago
lie.
with the little one.
Musketeers don't ever run from
So
danger.
it's kind of weird.
Then it's time for me to get a new job.
Oh, Donald!
Together we can stop Captain Pete.
Yeah, we're in this together.
Come on, we'll be right beside you, because we're friends.
I just can't do it. I'm sorry.
Donald! Donald.
Also, the transdimensional dog is
I
here.
know it.
Of course.
Aw, thanks, Sora.
So this captain guy's the culprit. I wonder what he's up to.
What am I up to? I'm up to plenty.
Oh,
Pete?
Who's that? A stranger looking to be endangered. You! Mangle these yardsticks!
Captain Pete, by the power vested in me as a musketeer, I arrest you, mister!
That's a good one. Well, how's about this? By the power invested in my fist, I clobber you!
Mickey!
Sora?
Donald. Goofy.
I think that counts as a
Where's
Sora,
Mickey?
Donald, Goofy.
Captain Pete and his guys took Mickey to Mont Saint Michel, and that means he's in big trouble. Once the tide comes in, the dungeon will fill up with water.
And so will Mickey.
Well, come on. We gotta go save him.
But how?
What are you saying? You and Goofy wouldn't have come back if you weren't ready to save him. We're friends. Friends for life. Remember?
Yeah.
Best of friends to the very end.
Good. Let's go.
Right.
Why don't they just say Ventus, Sora, Donald, Goofy, then Samurai? No, Mickey! Oh, he's dead. Well, we just changed history forever. Sorry, guys, the time travel is inconsistent. I was wrong. Oh, we saved him. Never mind, never mind. We're good, we're good.
Donald? Goofy? You too, Sora?
Yeah, I think we'll count that as another one.
You came back.
Come on, man. We gotta save the princess.
Ah, fellas. We're not even real musketeers.
Wrong. You are real musketeers. And don't let anybody else tell you you're not.
But why do I let you... But you... No, whatever.
Only what kind of heart it is that beats inside of you.
You know what? You're right, pals. When the bunch of us stick together, we can accomplish anything. Pete said he was headed for the Opera House, and that's where we'll find Her Majesty.
We have 2 hours and 23 minutes of footage left. I can tell you that flat off. I don't think I have much to pause on, because I'm going to have sections of gameplay to talk through. Yeah, I don't know why the Olympus music was here. That's just kind of weird. But whatever.
Hey.
Yeah, sounds kind of like someone else I could mention, Green. Sora! Oh, excuse me. But yeah, in case you didn't catch that, the foreshadowing there was that Mickey knows he's being manipulated, but he must keep going no matter what. This boss fight irritated the snot out of me. I don't remember why. I just remember being very frustrated here. That's a good point, Lord of the Flame. It's the only way Olympus could be in here.
Look out! Huh?
What? Impossible.
Riku. Riku saved us. He's been by our side.
Well, yeah.
Right.
Okay, so that's the other way that this world is different. This is one of 2 worlds where the 2 sides, Riku and Sora, actually interact with each other. In Traverse Town we saw that a little bit, and here we see that, but everywhere else, with one other exception, the 2 storylines are completely separate from each other, having nothing to do with each other at all. That is most clearly shown in the Hunchback of Notre Dame one, where we actually saw 2 completely different endings for Frollo in the 2 different realms.
In gratitude for being so brave and saving us all, I hereby officially dub thee Royal Musketeers. Thank you.
I have no idea, Noel. Really, I don't. They could just make it a button press. The last exception was the one right at the end, which is where I was kind of like, eh.
All for one, and one for all.
You just said that. You don't have to repeat it. I get it. Yeah, there's the touchpad, but I don't know if you've played on a PS4 controller. That touchpad is terrible. I'm sure Minnie will be fine, and she'll have to go with Mickey back to Disney Town, and it'll be awesome. So meanwhile, Riku comes here, at night, by the way, instead of daytime. And obvious symbolism.
Isn't that Pete? What kind of world did I end up in this time?
I don't like it. I'm just gonna have to flat disagree with you guys on that one. I thought it was pretty bleh. It was twitchy and not really responsive like I wanted it to be.
That guy adds up to trouble in any world.
Of course, I feel that way about most touch controls in general, so whatever. So,
what's all this for?
You know my big theory? The big theory that, the worlds are mirrored in light and darkness, and,
Is that supposed to be Mickey and the others? Yeesh. Those 3 are together even when they're made out of wood.
Sorry. Anyways. I'm sorry, I gotta stop to talk about that. I said I wouldn't pause, but I lied. My big theory about how the worlds are mirrored in each thing, this is actually what this would look like, I think. Remember, Sora didn't see Riku at all. There was no acknowledgement of him existing, and yet the fact is that Riku was able to interact with Sora's life, and Sora was able to interact with his. The 2 acted as though the other was there, and yet they don't actually see each other. We don't actually see the other side of things. And I feel like that's literally just us for the first time seeing the dark and the light's viewpoints on the same world like we're seeing here. Again, that might be just a little bit of a tease or whatever, but yeah. Also, that still might count as a sword Donald Goofy. Yeah, I think that was Mickey, not Sora. Sorry, guys. Hey, Dios.
Wait!
Yeah, this world isn't really the same as the other worlds. See you around, Takeda. And that is significant, I think. I just don't really know why. Unless my big theory is correct. In which case, that's why. I love how he opens the chest like you do regular chests. Something about that is just brilliant that they did that.
Oh, thank you for saving me.
Where are you going?
I have to help the Musketeers.
What happened? Tell me what I can do.
Who are you?
Riku. Mickey's my friend.
Oh, Riku, the stage has been rigged with a machine to lure Mickey and the others into a terrible trap. If we could only find something to control the device from here.
Lucky I remembered. Look what I nearly forgot.
I hate chasing after these guys.
Eh? Where's the buck sans mouse?
Oi, quit messing around.
The boss is losing his patience.
Hey?
There it is! That's the gadget we need to retrieve.
I'm on it.
Woohoo! Hope you enjoy the vacation, Dios.
Release me! This instant!
Actually, it's time to say bon journey, your royal highness.
Captain Pete, what is the meaning of this?
Oh, don't you lose any sleep over it, princess. I'm just gonna seize the throne and rule happily ever after. After you name me king, that is.
What? I most certainly would never agree to that.
Bien sûr. And that's why the real you won't be the one doing the naming. I got myself another stooge to take the stage. All you gotta do is keep your royal mouth nice and shut.
A double? Mickey and the Musketeers will stop you.
Oh, never you fear, princess. Those chowderheads will be out of the picture real soon. So, how we looking, boys? Aye, okay, boss. Test run's done.
We'll flatten them like crepes.
Good. Now, you must hold on to that thing no matter what.
Oh god, it is
If
Leander.
you don't mind, your highness, we have a seat reservated for you backstage. It's gonna be curtains soon. Curtains! I love it.
It's so nice to see someone enjoying their work. Isn't that the same? Yeah, whatever. Again, I point out the difference in this world to the other ones. The fact that it is the same story, the same thing they're going through. Just different interactions. So yeah, this boss can go screw himself.
They just never want to make this easy, do they?
Riku, hurry! The machine!
How do you like that?
What? Impossible.
Looks like I was right in the nick of time. Sora?
Oh, they're safe. Oh, thank goodness. You truly saved the day, Riku. I see you're as brave as a royal musketeer.
Musketeer? What is that, anyway? They actually say that?
Of course. Every musketeer is taught those words.
Why did she have to whisper
It's
it?
a very important motto and solemn pledge.
You're right. And it does fit the moment. All for one, and one for all.
No! We can't get away from it. Oh, well. No, as long as he doesn't repeat it here, we're fine. Okay, we're good.
I sensed something.
Wait.
Merely the moment.
Sorry. Okay, that's what I thought.
I sensed something was amiss nearly the moment Sora and Riku departed. Xehanort must have known what we were attempting before we even began.
Well, yeah.
But you do know where they are.
He's been around ever since the end of Kingdom Hearts 2.
Understand, this examination is in no way how the mark of mastery is usually found. However, in light of what they must do next, it was a necessity. If Sora and Riku complete their test, by finding the 7 doors corresponding to the 7 pure lights, they will return home with a new power. At that point, they will both be true masters. However, the dangers make this more trial than test.
Sadly, no, Deacon.
But are they safe right now?
Considering their ability, I would like to believe that they are. However, all my attempts to locate Sora and Riku end questionably. Xehanort is a devious tactician. There is nothing we can do that he will not, to some extent, be able to predict.
So?
Actually, there's a couple times where Xehanort has flat out failed at planning for something.
Xehanort will be no different. We cannot afford another moment's hesitation. We must consider any strategy to outwit Xehanort and catch him off guard. I must warn you again. The road will not be easy.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was pretty sure he was saying something along the lines of, I want you to train me. In other words, this is Lee wanting to become a Keyblade wielder. Yeah, right, like Lee could ever do that. So, this is the next world. I've been kind of on the mum on it because I wanted to leave it as a surprise for anybody who hasn't seen it. Fantasia. I accidentally mentioned it earlier. I don't like Fantasia the movie. In fact, I actually despise it. But I love this world. It's a lot of fun. And of course, it's Ludwig von Beethoven. And where else would he come from? Really, Sora?
Is this... Am I back at Master Yensid's tower? Something seems off. King Mickey!
Must. Oh god, he's turned into the guy in the opera house from FF6.
Troubling him? All right.
That is so wonderfully Sora.
Gosh, is that a Keyblade? Who are you, an apprentice?
Sorry about the vacuum upstairs.
I'm Mickey, the sorcerer's apprentice.
Oh, apprentice? Wait, am I in some world where the king was still in
I think that qualifies as a Sora's dumb.
So, does that mean this world is sleeping?
What's wrong?
What? Oh, I'm Sora, the, apprentice of, Hey, listen, your I gotta stop that. Mickey, what can I do to save you?
Thank you, Sora. But it's no use. A monster's possessed that music. And he's releasing darkness that stops anybody from going in there to fight him. To dispel the darkness, we need a sound idea.
It's that Dream Eater I let escape. Okay, where do I get a sound idea?
What? You'll find one for me?
Of course!
Thank you.
It's not every day I get to do a favor for the king.
Huh? Did you say something?
Oh, nothing. Long story. So what exactly is a sound idea?
Inside this musical score should be a power that can sweep away any darkness. But you gotta be careful. In between those clefs and notes are monsters. Not as strong as the big one, but still pretty strong.
Got it.
So yeah, this world's fun. Also, this world, again, doesn't fully make sense for the worlds that are in sleep, because they're in Yensid's tower, which is not asleep, and yet it's in asleep, and I'm sorry, this is all in Sora's dreams. I'm sorry. It just makes way too much sense when you look at it from that direction. I am... Oh. This is probably the strongest bit of evidence I have for my theory about the fact that these are not worlds in sleep. Because, yeah. Also classical music. Because classical music is awesome. I may not like listening to it, but it's still very awesome. So the funny thing is, this is probably going to be a very short section, because there's not a lot of cutscenes in Fantasia.
Slumber.
Why are you here?
Beautiful world, isn't it? Almost like a dream.
Why are you following me around?
I love how he's just like, I don't want to fight you.
You really haven't caught on? Or are you just assuming it's all part of your little test? I'm not part of the dream. And if you thought I was, then you're softer than they say.
What?
But this will all be over soon.
Just who are you people?
Sleep on and we will meet again.
Hey! What is
Not that I'm aware, Noel. Hey, it's a sound idea. Yeah, seriously. Come on, sound director. Get good. There's some interesting jumping puzzles in this section,
I
too.
can tell you found us a sound idea. Well, I guess we should try and put it to work.
Wait, a B flat? That'll never work! That is the best conducting ever. That is exactly how someone who's never conducted before in their lives should conduct.
That's strange. Is one sound idea not enough?
Don't worry. I've got a friend out there who'll help. He's always picking up the slack for me.
You know, when you start relying on it, you're kind of being a dick. Correct, Green.
Wow! The sounds are all joining together to make even more powerful music.
Yes, Daniel-san. Young Xehanort is the source for all of the No, John Williams' music.
Two forces are better than one. Right, Riku?
Now, you notice this is another world where the two interact, even though that shouldn't be working that way.
Yes, but Sora...
I'll be fine. See you in a jiff.
It's just indicative of what's happening here, no matter which of the three theories you adhere to. The fact that they're getting closer and closer to each other as they get further and further into this dream state. And, yeah. That'll come to a head in a bit. And we'll see two sides of the same scene later on. I'm sorry I ignored you! Whatever. I feel like I've been conducting for about a year.
Thanks, Sora. Don't know what I would have done without you. Oh no!
Huh?
The water! Oh, I'm in big trouble if I don't touch it. See ya real soon, Sora.
Yeah, you know it.
Also, the parallels between these last three worlds and the other side concept from Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 and Chain of Memories and 358 are pretty strong. The coin thing. Too much water. Too much water! Well, I guess he fetched the water.
A flood? Strange. It's coming from upstairs. Mickey! It's this musical score. It has him trapped.
You won't be able to defeat that darkness with brute force. I'm Mickey, the Sorcerer's Apprentice. Who are you?
Riku! If brute force won't work, tell me what will.
Do you really mean you're gonna try and help me?
Yes.
Gosh, Riku, something tells me you and I are gonna be good friends and we'll
Wah.
help each other out a lot someday. Inside this music is a sound idea powerful enough to dispel the darkness. Can you find it?
I'll try. Leave it to me.
And this is where they got the guards from Castletown. Or Disney Castle. It all makes sense. Remember, kids, whenever you make your golems, don't give them generic orders, or it'll go to hell in a handbasket. Or how about bippity boppity boo, psychotic? It's a sound idea. Ah! Well, it was a sound idea. Now it's a... Time's up. Okay. Of course, you know Riku would have something to do with the night on Bald Mountain, wouldn't he?
You waiting for me?
Yes. The boy chosen by the Keyblade. Riku.
What?
It was yours first, wasn't it? But you succumbed to the darkness you could not control. And your prize, the Keyblade, passed on to Sora instead. Your mistakes always end up being other people's problems.
That is true.
Maybe so. But I'm here to change all of that.
Also true.
Once again, you performed predictably, although on a grander scale than I imagined.
If you're feeling so chatty, let's skip to where you reveal what this is all about.
I don't know how you did it, but you really have found a way to trap darkness inside your heart. And a boy who's immune to darkness is of no use to us.
Well, there's some good news.
Your abyss awaits.
I want to comment on one thing here really quick. The idea that young Xehanort finds it genuinely mystifying that someone could so accept the darkness without being consumed or affected by it. It really, really speaks to Xehanort's mindset and how badly he himself has been affected by the darkness that he effectively masters. And the way he phrases it, to go back to what Noel just said, the way he phrases it is perfect. He says, "You have trapped the darkness in your heart." But that's not true. He has accepted the darkness in his heart. And so the very fact that he can't even acknowledge or accept that Xehanort cannot accept that someone can just be at one with darkness in their heart without it actually being a bad thing is just so alien to him. And of course, Chernobog. Again. A little easier this time around than last time.
Thank you, Riku. Say, can we try out that sound idea?
Notice his conducting, while not professional, is a little more tightly controlled. It's a nice way to show the difference in their mindsets there. I do love the fact that the sound idea is dearly beloved, by the way. I feel like that might have significance. I just hope it doesn't, because if it has significance, it probably means that Kingdom Hearts is real life. And I really, really don't want Kingdom Hearts to pull a Drakengard on us. Like, I really, really don't want that. Exactly, Leander. I'm telling you, Xehanort looks at everything as a tool, including himself. Which I just keep refreshing because that is insane.
That was amazing. What happened?
Sora.
Sora? Funny. Just hearing that name kind of makes me want to smile.
Yeah, that's how he is.
What do you know? Riku and Sora. The sound ideas you two set free joined together. And when they did, they made a great and powerful harmony.
Sora can find the brightest part of anything. and pull off miracles like there's nothing to it. It's pretty hard not to smile around him.
Wow. No wonder the music sounded like so much fun. But I bet he's got you to thank for that. Having such a good friend means he could really enjoy it.
Huh?
It's like each of you is holding on to a little part of the other. Your hearts are always in tune, so they're free to sing. Gosh,
Oh, it doesn't prove anything, Green.
I can be part of the team someday.
I'm just saying I hope that isn't what happens.
You will. Trust me.
Because, you know, dearly beloved being the sound idea that is indicative of Sora and Riku working together. They could pull that. In fact, several people have been afraid that they would pull that kind of real-life thing in Kingdom Hearts for some time, and I am one of those people. Meanwhile, in the actual Twilight, or excuse me, Yensid's Tower, which is not in sleep. I love Goofy's face there.
Master Yen Sid? Gosh, do you think he'll be able to do it?
It's clear you cannot teach a cat to bark. But Merlin and the three good fairies are aiding him in a place that's more temporally flexible.
So, okay, this is yet another piece of evidence showcasing that there is, you know, different flows of time throughout different parts of the setting. But considering we only know for a fact of one place that's doing that, either Merlin created someplace just for him, which is possible, it is Merlin, or Lee is training in the realm of dark, with Merlin and the three fairies keeping him protected. Take your pick. They're both fun options.
My hope is that he can at least learn to wield it. He certainly has fire, so I suppose it depends now on how strongly it burns.
I don't think they could, Green.
Oh.
That's why I don't want it to happen.
But what about Sora and Riku?
Well, if we are running on the assumption Xehanort knew what we were planning,
Which he did.
then he still would need to have been there. Back in the very place and time when the Destiny Islands were lost to darkness. Otherwise, Sora and Riku would have been beyond his reach.
Gee, do you really think it's possible Xehanort could have planned things that far in advance?
No, as a matter of fact, I do not.
But what if he did the same thing as Sora and Riku did?
Hi,
And he
Grunge.
jumped through time?
For that to work, a version of himself would have had to exist at both source and destination. Not even Xehanort can transport his whole body across vast reaches of time.
Hang on. Okay.
Oh no. I remember Xehanort did give up his body. It was a version of him that was possessing Riku.
Look at his expression.
Cannot be.
Yeah, no,
Would he be
sorry.
that cunning? Possess that kind of foresight?
That would be awesome, Darch Monster, if that's
It's all
true.
right with you. Can I go help Sora and
It also
Riku
makes
out?
sense for Lee to rescue Aqua.
You cannot enter the world of a dream.
Yes, you can.
Where will you go?
If Xehanort really is behind all this, then they won't stay in the dream worlds forever. Eventually, they're gonna reappear somewhere that we can go reach them. And we can even probably guess the place. Follow the hearts, and you'll find the way.
Yeah, I like Yensid's reaction
That's
there.
something Master Aqua told me once.
Notice he calls her Master, by the way.
We're going too.
Ah, fellas, you're my best pals. But this time, I really do need to go it alone. The dangers are greater than anything we've ever faced before. If something were to happen to Sora and Riku and me, why, you'll be the only ones left to keep this world safe.
Mickey, I was not able to locate Sora, but I sense Riku's presence in the realm between. Trust your heart, and I know you will find him.
Thank you. I promise I'll bring them both back safe and sound.
Don't promise what you can't keep. So, before we get to this next world, there are two valid interpretations, both of which have strong points, of what, or more accurately, where this world is occurring. The first is the obvious, that Sora was pulled out of the dream state to go to this actual world, and therefore it's actually happening outside of dream state. I don't buy that personally, for a few reasons, but, that is entirely feasible. Second option, this entire upcoming world occurs within Sora's dream state, has been created out of his memories and dreams within his dream state, and all of them just kind of gather within there because, again, you can enter someone else's dream. We've already established this, so... Yeah, so this is the final world. The world that never was.
Wait, isn't this...
So again, either this is another world that never was, one that wasn't smashed.
Is the organization's world sleeping
or
too? No, it can't be.
This is still within Sora's dreamscape.
I definitely found the 7
Now, the fact that Sora is still in the youthful body, the fact that he still has the younger clothes, is part of why I think this is still within Sora's dreamscape. It would also explain something that's going to happen in a bit with Riku and him. This is there's no filler at this point. This is all content. So I may pause a few times to explain a few things. If you guys have questions, please hit me with them because this is going to be a lot of information hitting us just one after another, okay?
Already?
Also, gameplay will be in this section.
I've got to be awake again and in the real world.
Hey, Captain Jobby.
Why here?
Oh, what's the matter, sleepyhead?
Brig!
Who's there? Show yourself.
So again, it's confirmed this is actually Brig, not Zegbar.
But it looks as if it's gonna pay off.
Notice how he doesn't look different at all.
You're part of this?
Hey, let's hit these plot points in order. Sora.
I love him.
Roxas. First, you must be wondering about your revised itinerary. Why am I here, not back home? The answer's simple. We brought you to this place. Hijacked your little slumber party before
Yeah, the
it
recusant
started.
is still on his
Ever
chest, too.
since, we've been both your companions and your constant guides.
Before it started? What? The man in the robe. And so that guy in the black coat. And Xemnas.
Bingo! You were able to go back in time to just before your home became a sleeping world, only because a past version of you already existed there. And I can see, in the past, you already met Mr. Robe Guy. Yep, he was there then to make sure you ended up here now.
That's ridiculous.
It sure is. It's too perfect. Who'd ever believe it? Which is why you idiots never saw it coming. You thought you were off doing some kind of test, right? We'll test this. How come you're wearing the same clothes if you're already back home? You are not gonna wake up, okay? Look, there's no real versus dreams anymore. There's just you, us, and this.
I see.
Again, notice the way he phrases his sentence. This is one of the reasons I think they're still in Sora's dreams here. There is no real versus dreams, just you, us, and this. In other words, again, just like you can go into a digital datascape, a program, you can go into someone's dreams. And again, we know this for a fact because Riku has been in our dream this entire time.
Fair enough. So what? At least I know who to blame for it.
Target acquired.
Ooh. I see you still got that angry look down.
But here is where I tag out. I got just a few more hoops I gotta jump through.
Hoops he's got to jump through, which I think is him still trying to convince Xehanort that he's on Xehanort's side. Just my interpretation of that. 13.
Come with me.
What?
Pleasant dreams, kiddo.
Down he goes. I'm not sure why he specifically was chosen for it, Fatsqueak, but the point was that Ansem was specifically going to be used to send him into his own dream. To force him into his own dream. Pay attention.
Yes. This was where it started. At this point, I still had no idea that I was talking to myself. He cast away his bodily form just to set me on the appointed path.
What do you mean?
That is Xehanort, reduced to just a heart. The being you and your friends called Ansem.
Yep.
Him. Is that?
Yes. The point in time that Zigbar mentioned.
Me. Right before my world was swallowed by the darkness.
To move through time, you must leave your body behind.
Rule 1 of time
Ansem
travel.
first sent me on my way, and then placed himself here when the time was right. That is what set all these events in motion.
What are you saying? That he knew everything that would happen?
No, not everything. But remember, Ansem possessed Riku and saw his experiences in real time.
So? That could only tell him so much. How did he know I would be here today?
Simple.
Kairi!
I like how this is shown from Sora's perspective, first person section. It kind of helps add to the moment. No, Grunge. We're also getting to see a few cutscenes from slightly different perspective that we never really saw before.
What is...
Six Soras. That's one too many. Unless... Oh, unless we count the Sora that's watching these, so I guess that actually adds up. So never mind.
You've been here many times. Your first journey, your voyage through memories, in the datascape,
yeah.
In your dreams.
Yep.
Relived again and again. Like deja vu.
King Mickey? Oh.
Where's that key? Look, a star's going out.
Donald! Goofy!
Plato! No wacky swacky.
Pluto!
No, Plato. Get it right. Did you hear Riku there? Just for a second? This is Sora being cast further and further and further into his own dreams. Each one of these hops is getting further in, another layer down.
Huh? Am I back? Wait! Your Majesty! Donald! Goofy! Huh? Huh? Naminé, is that you?
No. Notice how many layers down into himself he had to go before he could see her.
I've got a message for you. I meant to tell you once this was all over.
Because that's not Naminé.
Huh? Who are...
But it is proof that Shion is in there, just quite a ways down.
Why am I... Hey, wait!
There's Riku again. Riku's trying to drag Sora out of this dream state. But Sora is just kind of charging forward. Blindly, one might say. So this is a little bit of what the combat actually looks like. For anybody who's ever curious. By the way, you can become a ridiculous badass in this game. I think the reason his clothes look like that in that one cutscene is because that's how Shion knew him, basically. If that makes any kind of sense. Also, I love that dual Keyblade he uses for these sections. It's literally the Keyblade that is representative of him and Riku together. So this is just the cityscape. It's still a fairly large area, but... And again, that dual Keyblade. Yeah, actually I was going to comment on it. This is a good time as any to comment on it. So I've always thought that the original Keyblade, or I'm just going to call it Keyblade, was a natural phenomenon, was the actual counterpart to Kingdom Hearts. But I do not think that the Keyblade that was summoned by Ventus and Vanitas was a real one. It was a... Well, I hate to use the word fake. It was more like it was cheating. This is the final thing I've been saving up until this point in time to talk about. Xehanort cheats. At no point in time does Xehanort actually have any of the aspects of Destiny, the Heart, or the Keyblade, or the Keyblade, or the Strength, or Kingdom Hearts, or anything. He doesn't ever have the real thing. And so Xehanort constantly, in all of his incarnations, cheats. He tries to cheat fate, cheat reality, because Xehanort understands how morphic and how unusual Kingdom Hearts is as a setting. He understands that he can do that kind of morphic altercation. And so, rather than actually getting the real Keyblade, he artificially creates one, by artificially separating a single heart into light and into darkness. Rather than actually generating Kingdom Hearts itself, he creates an artificial Kingdom Hearts which absorbs all these hearts he is deliberately shoving into it. Rather than being able to actually change destiny, he simply goes back and forces himself onto a given path by making sure that certain things are carved into his heart, so that he'll always act in a certain manner, and so forth, and so on, and so forth, and so on. I literally could go down the list and just showcase everything Xehanort's done in all his incarnations. Everything he's been doing is him cheating the system. In fact, his very idea of the 7 lights and the 13 darknesses. He doesn't actually have the 7 lights or the 13 darknesses, nor does he even have 13 darknesses, as I'll talk about in just a second here. He's fixing the system. He's trying to cheat the system in order to force a situation where there are 13 darknesses just any 13 darknesses, and the reason he wants them to be vessels for himself is so he himself is always in control of all 13 darknesses, because that's how he operates. In other words, fate, destiny, and the very setting itself are tools to him, just like everything and everyone else is. Oh, by the way, the nature of the way this the nature of the way this place works and looks and functions is another bit of example of why I think this is still in the dream state. Formosan, it'll be 11 a.m. EST on Saturday. And yeah, he's basically forcing a prophecy. Also, Firaga Burst is really useful. Anybody who's ever curious there. I can attest to that one. So what you're seeing him do there, by the way, for those who have not played this game, this is flow motion, but he's just using it for transit. I haven't seen him use it for combat yet, not really. Exactly, Green. I actually strongly think, based on the fact that Xehanort has been provably wrong several times, that he would actually not be in control of all 13 of himself. Okay, that was flow motion right there. Words. I think that if he actually made 13 vessels with fragments of his heart in them, they wouldn't be on his side. They wouldn't all be cowed down to the original Xehanort. You know? Oh, I must have used it earlier, sorry. Hi, Namine. You're just in time for the finale. Of the entire Lorerun, really. It means it doesn't beat to a standard pulse grunge. I don't think it matters unless you have other conditions which can interact with it, though. As you can kind of see, that flow motion stuff is a little twitchy to control. Takes some getting used to. It's fun, though. Also, he has the two, the Dream Eaters I prefer most. The T-Rex and the bunny thing I mentioned. Or at least some version of them.
Come on, wait up! Who are you?
Well, that's not Shion. Notice again the outfit. Although, of course it is, because Roxas is here.
You're... Roxas! How can you be here? Am I dreaming?
It sounds like the latter, Green.
Come on, say something.
This could have been the other way around.
Huh?
Yeah, it could have.
But it really has to be you.
What do you mean?
There are so many hearts that are connected to yours. You're me, so you can feel what I felt.
No. Roxas, you're you.
Oh.
We're not the same.
It took him so long to understand
that. You deserve
that.
as much as I do to be your own person.
It took him so long to get there.
Sora, see? That's why it has to be you.
So Roxas feels like he's ready, and fully shares all of his memories, and all of his heart, all of the etchings in his heart, with Sora, as we can see here. And this is where Sora finally breaks. Under the weight of all that pain, all that grief, all that meaninglessness, all the horror that Roxas went through. Notice there is a picture of Shion there, by the way. Notice the outfit goes back there, because Roxas is no longer seeing him.
Not again. Did they cause all this pain?
He caused all this
What
pain.
do you want me to see?
There's Riku. Again.
Just being this, you'll never be able to wake up from.
He'll act a lot angrier for the rest of this section. As well he should.
Ha!
God.
Yeah.
By the way, this is another reason why I think this is in the dreamscape. I mean, for God's sakes!
Ha! Yeah. Yeah. Ha! Oh. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Ha! Ha!
I admit part of why I like the T-Rex is because of cosmetic value, Darchmonster.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we haven't gotten to the really bad stuff yet, guys. Trust me, it will get worse.
Yeah. Ha! Yeah. Hey.
Still love that Kai Blade. By the way, if the real Kai Blade actually looks like that, that's awesome.
Ha! Drift. Light. Take this. Ha! There. Ha! Yeah. Yeah. Ha! Hey. Yeah. Ha! Oh. Hey. Oh. Fire.
It is interesting to me that for all the answers we have in this series, there's actually a lot of questions still unanswered. I mentioned a bunch in Birth by Sleep. Terra, Aquas, and Ventus past. What happened with Yensid? Who was their respective master in the Keyblade arts prior to the events of Birth by Sleep? Yeah, no kidding, Samurai. I had a lot of problem with that and trying to zoom around. Yeah, like that, basically. We don't fully know what's up with the dream state, as I've already mentioned. We don't fully know if they're in the Realm of Darkness or not. We don't fully know what the Realm of Darkness is like. We don't know what Kingdom Hearts is, for God's sakes. Aw, you missed. He missed. It's actually a damn shame that Sora doesn't really get a chance to interact with Lee, that we've seen. Sorry for spoiling that, but Sora doesn't really get to interact with Lee in this game. And again, this is the most modern game, so... yeah. That would be pretty cool, Progressive. The artificial Kai Blade with the real one. Actually, that is very likely, Fat Squeak. Given that one of the biggest themes... There's really two big themes with Xehanort, and I've already told you both of them. He cheats. He forces things artificially that shouldn't actually happen. And he views everything as a tool. And so... yeah, no kidding, Psychotic. I hope not, Grunge. Anyways, also I love the grinding sections like this right here. There's some really good ones later on too that Riku has. Anyways, so yeah, it's entirely possible that Kingdom Hearts literally is just the natural end of all things, whereas Xehanort is like, no, I'm gonna make things go my way. You missed it, Nominate, but I gave a theory about it. Which I will not repeat. I like the combat music in here, too. Also, I hate fighting those Triceratops. I don't remember why, I just remember hating them. I'm sorry, Bragon. Neck rubs. Actually, be more like this, and probably some of this. I think we're almost to our next big section here. We should be close at this point. Yeah, we are. You also get a real sense for how ridiculously huge the world that never was is in this.
Riku! Kairi! I found you!
Well... Notice the outfit again, by the way. So his dreams are starting to interact with the dreams of the people he's connected to.
Who?
Ven.
Ven. Huh?
And they're starting to reflect on him, too. His outfit's changing because his reality is getting a lot less linear the further into his own dreams he dives. And it's so Sora to keep pushing, even when he really, really shouldn't. And Riku's been telling him this whole time not to. Like right there, for instance. And he keeps pushing further and further into his own dreams. It's so funny. Young Xehanort was able to drag him down several layers. But it's Sora himself who pushes himself all the way down to the bottom.
Wait!
Notice he's not even moving at this point. Can't even move a single inch as he's running. That is one good thing about it, Shiryu. He should actually know all the people he needs to save by the end of Dream Drop Distance. Oh, you'll see, Nerozaz. We're getting there.
Whoopsie daisy. Wasn't easy putting you into a second sleep, and he almost woke you up.
All the way down now.
So then, all that stuff I just saw, did you put that in my head?
No. That wasn't stuff. It was a dream. The falling asleep part was definitely our bad. But we can't put stuff in your head.
We can put it in your heart.
I got an idea. Ask your heart. See if it's got a clue.
Well, my heart was aching. That's why I kept going.
Oh, thank you, Sora's heart, for pushing him right into our clutches. Aren't hearts great? Steer us wrong every time.
You'd know, Brig.
You know, right? Because you all have hearts.
Hey, oh my god, he figured it out.
And Roxas. And Naminé. And that other girl.
That's right. Guys, Sora figured out that nobody's have hearts all on his own.
I felt what Roxas felt. And they laughed together, got mad, and they grieved. You have to have a heart to cry.
It's about time you noticed.
Indeed. A heart is never lost for good. There may have been variances in our dispositions, but a number of us unquestionably showed signs of a burgeoning replacement. Once born, the heart can also be nurtured. Our experiments creating Heartless were attempts to control the mind and convince it to renounce its sense of self.
I just have to pause for a moment. I had the theory that, you know, nobody's actually were generating hearts, thanks to the droid effect, for years. Pretty much ever since I played Kingdom Hearts 2. Because I've been a fan of the droid effect ever since, well, Star Wars, really. So this was the thing that I'd held on to for years. And it was one of those crazy theories. And lots of my friends were like, ah, dude, Arsh, you're ridiculous. There's no way. It's a definitive thing. They keep saying over and over and over, nobody's don't have hearts. When I saw this scene, it was so vindicating to have been right. I loved it.
But understand, one can banish the heart from the body, but the body will try to replace it the first chance it gets, for as many times as it takes. And so I knew, even after we were divided into heartless and nobodies, it was just a temporary separation.
Why then? Why did you lie to them and tell them they had no hearts?
Xemnas and Xehanort formed the organization for a specific reason. Round up a bunch of empty husks, hook them up to Kingdom Hearts, then fill them all with the exact same heart and mind. Translation? They were gonna turn all the members into Xehanort.
Make more
That is
Xehanort?
so Xehanort.
You tricked your friends to... But you... Aren't you scared of just... turning into someone else?
Me? I'm already half Xehanort.
And this is where we finally get the
That's
confirmation
nuts.
of what the eye really means.
However, through weakness of body, weakness of will, or weakness of trust, most of the original members we had chosen for the organization were inadequate. Thus, naturally, they never had a chance to attain their goal. Yet, even this was to be expected. We have learned of the heart's folly, and we have achieved our other goals. This last excursion has proven to be a worthy closing assignment for the organization.
Just stop it! You treat people's hearts like bottles on a shelf, but they're not. Hearts are made of the people we meet, and how we feel about them. They're what ties us together even when we're apart. They're what make me strong.
Duh. You're strong because of the ties you have with other people.
Bingo.
As if the Keyblade would choose a wimp like you.
Remember, Sora's heart is very weak. It is only thanks to that natural connection that Sora can do anything that he can do. As an aside, I think this is a little bit more evidence for my whole Braig never really had what we consider to be a heart, thanks to him being the nobody of Kingdom Hearts theory. Because of how he acts here when he has shown the kind of power that that kind of natural heart connection can show.
But no pound. We see much bigger and better things in your future. Once you side with us.
And naturally, someone with that weak of a heart but that many connections would be invaluable for Xehanort. Think of all the people he could manipulate if he replaced Sora's heart with his own.
I'm proud to be a small part of something bigger. The people it did choose. My friends. They are my power!
Quite literally.
Those are just words. You've lost.
Yeah, Braig's reaction there is interesting to me. Very interesting.
See where power gets you here. Xemnas! He's all yours!
Also, notice that Braig literally bosses around just about everyone else he can in this section. So this boss fight was pretty rough, I'll be honest. I'm curious to see what he does here. This and the next two bosses, basically all of the last three bosses of this game are pretty rough and pretty awesome. Yeah, exactly, Samurai. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, dude. that you and I are already in agreement, so I'm not sure what I'm telling you.
Flesh
Bears the sigil, so your name shall be known as that of a recusant. This is an awesome song. Hey, Horatius! Wow. I just feel like pointing out that even though this guy is good and well-equipped, look how much freaking health Xemnas has, and how much damage he does with all of his attacks. Not a simulation in the computer sense, a simulation in the dream sense, Liberated. And yes, this basically happens right after Recoded, which happens right after Kingdom Hearts 2. Yes, it was Meat Fist. Good eye. Yeah, now that we actually have Roxas fully within us, we can do stuff like that. Although I guess it's more of a Ventus thing. But then again, that's the same answer, since Roxas either is Ventus's nobody, or is Ventus. Ventus. Also, I love the fact that he attacks you with buildings. I know, over-the-top anime, blah, blah, blah. I think it's cool. What do you want from me? Yeah, the Seeker of Darkness fight was truly the hardest fight in this game for me. That's not for a little bit, though. Yeah, but it didn't... I mean, gameplay-wise, it was a joke in Kingdom Hearts 2. And this one, it's like, oh my god! Saturday, Moronic Genius. To give people a chance to see it first. You know, I'll agree with that, mate. Square and Disney can do over-the-top pretty damn well. Well, I'm one of those people who didn't like Gurren Lagann, because I felt it went just a little bit too far. I know, it was the point. Yeah. Holy crap. This is such an awesome song, too. So again, notice how hard he's hitting. Oh, God. Oh, God! Run, fool! Or kill him! 11 a.m. EST is when we're starting Ronic, same as usual. Okay, Xemnas down. Good question, Nominee. It's entirely possible, though, that Sora is just such a natural fit for Xehanort's plans that that's why he wants to take him as a vessel. Like I said, Sora would be incredibly useful for his plans. So, Xemnas battled him for a very specific reason. To weaken his sense of will. I need to pause for just a second, because this is relevant. You remember how the nobodies, they continue to exist because they will themselves to continue to exist. Rather than having, like, health points or you know, they take too much internal damage and they bleed to death or whatever. I believe EST is -5 GMT. I live in Georgia. Georgia, the United States, not Georgia, Russia. Okay, so nobodies don't have that. They don't have to have like blood or vessel or food or anything like that. They need to will themselves into existence. They need to keep that focus in order to keep themselves around. Otherwise, they just kind of slowly fade out. Why all of them end up dying? Oh, is it 4? Oh, whatever. Why all of them end up dying is because of the fact that they are defeated in combat, which lowers their focus, reduces their ability to keep their willpower on maintaining cohesion, and so then they fade. That's relevant because that's exactly what Xemnas just did on purpose to Sora. Lowered his ability to defend himself so he would fade. And remember, Sora's heart has just taken something that it cannot withstand. Unlike Data Sora in Recoded, who was able to take all of that pain and all of that horror into himself and withstand it, Sora here can't. He can't deal with the pain of Roxas. He can't deal with the pain of Naminé. He can't deal with the pain of Xion. And he collapses into it and falls into darkness. So, yeah. Oh, whatever, Jonga. It's part of the Soviet Union. We just want you to think it's not. I don't want to get any political stuff. I'm just joking around. By the way, guys, if you ever want to know about scheduled stuff, go to my website. I have all this stuff up there, lorerunner.com. Nice and easy to see where and everything is. So I'm going to stop answering questions about it. Go to my website. Plug the website, for God's sakes. Anyways, back to the scene.
You... again.
You just make it too easy. I know you think you've won, but you lost the moment you dived this far in. You're in the deepest pit of slumber, and you've worn yourself down to nothing. There's no returning to the world above.
Yeah, actually, I hate to say this, but this is actually kind of similar to what happens in Magic of Madoka in a really screwed up way. Of course, that was a screwed up show, so...
We told you. It was not the sleeping keyholes that guided you. They are not the reason you are here. You've been on a path, one we laid out for you. That sigil on your chest is the proof.
Yep. This is where we find out what the branding really means.
See, that sigil, the X, it tells us where you are at all times. You had wondered aloud before why we kept showing up where you were. It's because we need you, Sora. Or, to be more precise, we need what will be left of you. The 13th Dark Vessel. Why was it assured you would come here today? Because I followed my destined path, and I'm here looking at you right now. You can move through time, but time
itself is immovable. One timeline, no alterations.
Today, all of my selves throughout time were meant to gather here, and to welcome you, Sora, as our 13th member.
Really quick thing. Frant, I do actually think that there is an in-between that Xehanort has not equated for, and I think that's going to be crucial in Kingdom Hearts 3 for us to defeat him, because, as we'll see at the end of this game, we fall straight into Xehanort's trap. We're going to craft the 7 lights to fight his artificial 13 darknesses. And that's just going to go make everything work for him. But I think he was wrong. I think there's more than the 20. Because the 13 darknesses and the 7 lights don't take into account the in-between, which has been a strong component of the entire series. So, that's just theory crafting. So, one other thing I want to mention about this right here. This is, again, how Xehanort cheats. This is him cheating. He doesn't want Sora to collapse naturally into what is effectively a nobody. He's trying to make Sora into an empty vessel, basically, so he can use him as yet another vessel. And he's cheating, though. He doesn't actually allow him to collapse his heart. He doesn't try to convince him. He doesn't do anything. He's like, okay, we're going to rip your freaking heart out. And yeah, it's just indicative of his style again. And of course, the fact that he has no problem taking this, 15-year-old kid and destroying his life for no other purpose than to use him as a tool and then dispose of him. Very Xehanort.
These facts cannot
And
be
yes,
changed.
Leander. He needs to keep track of everything. I mean, he's crossing it like 30 or 40 years.
I have now told you all that I know. We are all here, and what the future holds in store is beyond my sight. I will return to my own time and grow into the man who becomes all these others. While I know this future now that I have lived it, Returning to my own time will erase the memories and experiences I have gained here.
Rule 3 of time travel. You lose the memories.
My appointed path is now etched in my heart.
And that's how that theme
which
ties
will
into
first
this.
lead me to seek the outside world.
Riku.
Sorry, Riku was trying to save you, boy.
Your heart will sleep forever in the folds of darkness.
Good question, Horatius.
Will be another vessel for me. So light gives way to darkness. Good night, Sora.
If I was to guess at the ratio, I would say it's actually really simple. 7 lights, 13 darknesses, 1 in between. A crucial point and element, though. So Sora basically gives into darkness here and becomes an empty vessel. But his heart, if you'll recall, isn't alone. So as he's descending, one thing saves him. Otherwise, Sora would probably be dead in every sense of the word. Sora might have actually been permanently lost here if Ventus did not intervene. And thus Sora is protected and can survive these events as he falls into his own heart, into the dive into the heart here. Yeah. Sorry, yeah, this is also the song that played when Sora saved Ventus's life. Now, there is one catch of all of this, but we'll see that in a little bit. There's that song. Meanwhile, or rather, at the same time as those previous events, Riku ends up in the nobody side of the castle that never was. The actual castle. Or the world that never was. The actual castle that never was. I've seen some fan art of Keyblade armor for Riku, Sora, and Kairi. It looks awesome.
I unlocked all 7 keyholes, so I should be back in the world I came from.
So yeah, he is here because, once again, he is inside Sora's dream, and Sora is in his dream here. Yes, I know. Thank you. Thank you for the tutorial. So, you ever wonder how big the castle that never was really was? How incredibly, ridiculously massive it was compared to everywhere else ever? Remember how I mentioned in Kingdom Hearts 2 that I believe that the world that never was in lore much, much larger than all the other worlds? This gameplay section is part of why I think that. Just the castle is colossal. And you already saw how huge the city was during Sora's section. Also, I love how he's doing all this Balloonga stuff. Well, yeah, Meat Fist. 21 is 7 times 3. Complete perfection. Exactly so. Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, Riku can use this Kai Blade, or whatever it actually is, as well. Because of course he can, for the same reason Sora can. That's such an overpowered spell! Raviga, or whatever he's using there. Also, why is he using that puppy dog meter? I don't know any usefulness of that one. Unless he just likes it, I don't know. I'm just going to kind of enjoy the show for this section. I don't have much else to share. I've kind of dropped all my bombshells. Except for the last one. There is one more bombshell I'm saving on to. one last reveal, which I think is very important because it'll completely change how Kingdom Hearts 3 comes into being. Oh, absolutely, Horatius. I'll probably even stream it. If people want me to, of course. If people don't, then I won't, naturally. There you go. Also, Samurai, maybe you can help me with this, because you've been following Kingdom Hearts 3 a little better than I have. Are they going to do any flow motion stuff in 3? I'll explain why I'm asking as soon as you answer me. 4-Job Fiesta, if you check my YouTube, the very first episode of my 4-Job Fiesta explains what it is rather well.
You're done!
Yeah, it does look like a fused Ultima weapon. I picked up on that as well, the clear visual similarities between this and the Ultima weapon. It does look a little bit different, though. And more natural, if you will. Okay, so we do have flow motion in 3. That's interesting. I wonder if they learn how to use it because of their experiences in the dream state. See, I was going to theorize that maybe the only reason they can use flow motion at all is because they're in a dream. But again, since a dream is no different from the program, they could take things from the dream out of the dream, at least some things out of the dream, so that would probably apply to skill and experience as well. In fact, it almost has to, because they retain memories from within. Yay, double jump. Notice that that's the ability Aqua had back in Birth by Sleep, by the way. I don't think we know if anyone will be playable, but it is extremely likely we'll have other playables. I mean, really, at this point, we've got lots of options. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, Leandro. True enough, no. God, this place is huge. I love it. I love the design of this place. I really do.
Yeah.
Overall, Deacon? I personally think Kingdom Hearts is pretty high tier overall. Now, of course, Sora by himself is actually quite weak. But Riku and quite a few of the others are pretty damn strong, so I'd say pretty high. I would put Riku below, for example, Cecil, but I'd probably put him above, say, Squalor Cloud. Kairi the Berserker. I would actually like that. No one will touch my friends ever again! No subtlety, no art, she just crushes everything. I would really enjoy that. I doubt it, though. It is more likely Kairi will be an actual mage type, which we haven't really had. I mean, Aqua's the closest thing we've had, but even she was still more martial than magic. Well, in fairness, Leander, Sora does distinctly power up his heart in this game. I mean, you just saw what happened. His heart collapsed into darkness. I mean, his heart literally cracked under the strain and collapsed into darkness. If not for Ventus, he would be dead for all intents and purposes. But And obviously he will have survived that event. And having survived it, I think his heart has actually grown stronger as a result. His heart, not all the hearts connected to him, his actual heart.
Sorry.
You can even match him up. Have one of the main enemies that Kairi has to face in some of her sections be Saïx, or whatever he is. By the way, who out there thinks Saïx is going to get a bad ending out of all of this? Or a tragic ending, if you prefer. Because, yeah, I don't think there's much hope for them saving him. Eventually, yes, Captain Jobby. No, you'll see, Thanatos. You'll see. I'm telling you guys, Sora needs to die at the end of Kingdom Hearts 3. I know he won't, but he should. It would just fit so well. Hey, Fuke. The Borg are coming, Fuke! Sorry. I wouldn't mind seeing Saïx, like, finally resist Xehanort and, you know, basically die in the process, but... yeah. Oh, I think this is, like, one of the sections that I like most of the Castle that never was. That really showcases how freaking huge this place is!
Heal. Yeah.
Sorry, Fuke. Because it would fit the tone of the overall story quite well. Sora dies to save every other life attached to his.
Take this.
Telling you, Goofy should have died back in Kingdom Hearts 2. Or been knocked out of commission. I do admittedly like that in-between. It's a little less extreme. Look at this place. What would it be like to live here? I mean, this is basically the size of an actual city. With, what, 14 people living in it? I hope we find that out too, Meadfist. That's another of those mysteries that we still don't know. How many lives are attached to him at this point? It would be easier to say which lives are not attached to him at this point. Virtually every character, named character in the series, has at least some connection to Sora. Well, okay. Thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of regular nobodies. And 14 people. Favorite organization member? In 2 specifically? Zigbar. I don't even have to think about that. Zigbar's amazing. Yeah, no kidding, done this song. Also, I don't want to mention this, but I had this theory that's been at the back of my mind, and I've got some time to talk. Who thinks they'll do a resetting of the status quo after Kingdom Hearts 3? Let me explain what I mean by that. We know Kingdom Hearts is still going after 3, but we also know 3 is the end of the Xehanort saga. So what if, at the end of 3, the player characters in some way, whether it's Sora or whoever else, kind of does what Xehanort wanted to do through his cheating artificial methods, aka make a new realm, re-originate existence into a new format, and completely reset the status quo. And that is, of course, and that then would be what we play in future Kingdom Hearts games, as a completely new reality. Oh, me too. Joke random. Joke random. Drandom? I don't know how to say that. Well, that's what Xehanort claims to want, but considering... Okay, at absolute best, Xehanort is like Clue. He wants perfection, but his definition of that is cold, calculating, and doesn't care about little things like people, or lives, or hearts, or empathy, or good. He looks at just the base variables and thinks that that's all there is to pull into an equation. So any kind of balance he would make would be an empty, hollow, dead world. But if someone who actually cares about life and people and the substance of what makes life worth living was to accomplish his plan, we might have something a little more, well, better. What do you mean resetting it, Fuke? I would say Braig... This is just my opinion, but I think Braig is actually the most knowledgeable character in the series. Now, granted, that is debatable. There are a couple other people who are at least in contention for that. But Braig very, very frequently pretends to not know anything while he knows everything that's going on. In all honesty, there's basically only one time in the entire series that Braig has ever been caught off guard, and we actually just saw it. Oh no, it would be great. That's actually exactly what I want, Fuke. I want the status quo to be destroyed. I want the status quo to be erased. Well, first I would make this awesome giant castle that never was, Ultimate Paradox. Oh, sorry, Skyest. So, yeah. Like I said, this is happening while... These are the exact same voice clips that Sora was hearing in his dream. It's just, you know, less distorted.
Sora, don't! You've got to wake up! Sora!
Who's the Keyblade, Riku? Kill him! So this boss gave me some issues. Not as bad as the other three I mentioned, but this one was kind of rough. Unless this is who I think it is. No, okay, yeah, this is what I thought it was.
Are you what's trapping him in that nightmare?
Notice that that is basically a nightmare. And that's where the Dream Eater thing becomes really apparent.
Because if you are, I'm what nightmares fear.
And yeah, it actually gets a nightmare emblem. And yeah, by the way, red eyes. It's not a Heartless, but it does have red eyes, and I think that's at least significant. I don't know how yet, but yeah. Funny you say that, Leander. That is probably the most mundane, well, the second most mundane theory as to what Braig is actually up to. Yeah, the name of this boss is the Anti-Black Cloak. But it is... none of that is actually significant. It is a nightmare. It is Sora's nightmare. It is the closest thing to the one aggregate nightmare of all of what Sora's going through and has been through. So it's got elements of all of the different things that you've already encountered. As far as major elements. Of course, the cloak is obvious. The fact that it's got the anti-form thing. The fact that it's got the nightmare realm going through it. It's got a few attacks which are indicative of unversed, etc., etc. Like I said, it could... Some of its attacks are a little mean. That would be awesome, Thanatos. Of course, I really liked the snake reveal. Actually, it just had a thought. Wouldn't it be interesting if the red eyes was indicative of it being Aqua's nightmare, in addition to the cloak being Roxas's nightmare, in addition to the unversed being Ventus's nightmare, and you get the point. Yes, Fuke, we are 1 hour... No, we are 53 minutes from the end of the game.
Sora, don't chase the dreams. They'll lead you nowhere. Just to an abyss you'll never be able to wake up from. What? What's going on in Sora's world? Why won't he open his eyes? Is he still in the nightmare?
Yes,
That is right.
Hello,
Ansem.
Seeker of Darkness.
Sora can no longer wake up. No matter how many nightmares you consume, you cannot wake someone who has fallen into the chasm of dreams.
Oh, that's Cinderella
Dreams
Castle, I think.
hold our memories. Sleep holds our dreams. And darkness, it holds our sleep. Sora's heart belongs to the darkness now.
Sora would never give in to the darkness!
But you feel it, don't you? This world, the nightmare, the abyss. Why haven't you returned to the reality whence you came?
And yeah, Sora fell into the chasm.
This is,
Dream of a dream. A twofold nightmare. This whole journey, you have been inside Sora's dreams.
Yeah, no kidding, Noel.
And now darkness within darkness awaits you.
What? No! I can't get loose!
Stop being afraid of it, Riku. Stop being afraid of it. It's time for you to complete your journey. Come on, Riku.
At the start of your test,
You've been on this journey since
when
the
you
very
struck
first
out
game.
from that tiny island, you saw me there dressed in a robe. Immediately you knew something was wrong. So without even knowing it, you dove into Sora's dream. And you became exactly what that sigil on your back represents. A dream eater to protect Sora from nightmares.
Me? I'm a dream eater?
Technically.
Correct. But you failed to protect him. After all your efforts to command the darkness and protect those you cherish, it is a shame you locked that power away in the end.
Except, it's not over. I can still save Sora.
So you understand what to do. Set the darkness in you free, and you can rescue your friend.
Ansem. Or... Xehanort. You used to be a Keyblade wielder. But darkness stole your heart. And the Keyblade with it. Don't you see? That's half the reason I'm even on this journey. After allowing darkness into my heart, am I still fit to wield the Keyblade? Even after locking you away. Here you are, haunting me again.
In fairness, it's from the past, but...
So I get it now. There's no point in trying to hold the darkness back.
At last, you see clearly.
You know, when I look at you, there's this memory that flashes back. A secret I said I'd keep when I was little.
Huh? Terra.
The main reason I kept dreaming about seeing the outside world
Confirmation there, by the way.
was because of him.
That Terra put Riku on his path.
My journey begins here. And now, I'm going back to the real world. And then to Sora's side.
That is your answer?
Yes. I know the way. Consume the darkness. Return it to light.
You can try.
So finally, after like, what is it, 7 games? Riku comes to grip with the darkness in his heart and accepts it fully, rather than being afraid of it, rather than being consumed by it, rather than trying to lock it away. He finally just accepts his real nature. And in my opinion, that's the moment he became a real Keyblade Master, like the full tilt. Also, this fight can go screw itself. Also, the fact that you can use this here is awesome. Yeah, I was gonna say, so I've already shared this story with some of you. The second phase of this fight, the first time I fought it, it bugged out on me. I forget exactly how it happened, but basically the game soft-locked. It got into a position where I could move around, but Ansem was like gone. Completely gone from the battlefield. And I couldn't drag him back, and I couldn't hit him or do any reaction commands or anything. And so the game soft-locked. I had to restart and do the first phase all over again. Now the second phase is much, much harder. Yes, I'm using it with, I'm playing with my mind, Aureus. You can't hear it, but there's a great version of Destati playing in the background. So, Phase 2, which in my opinion is the hardest fight in the entire game.
Ansem! You're part of my heart now! Part of the light!
Well, not that, Ansem.
Ever the fool boy, and forever a pawn of the darkness!
So we see yet another manifestation of the Guardian. Honestly, kind of a mix of some of the things they did in Dream Drop Distance, and a lot of Birth by Sleep would be my ideal. Like, take Birth by Sleep, add in flow motion, except polish, and fix the camera control. Let me zoom the camera out, and, give me real AI control for my party members. Give me gambits from FF12 for my party members. And boom, I'm happy. By the way, that's how you dodge those. You have to be doing flow motion actively to dodge them like that. This fight was especially hard for me because it's so much my habit to be very aggressive in my combat style. You guys have seen this over the past couple of weeks. This guy is that's really a bad idea. He can wreck you if you get up there too much. That's exactly why we need those gambits, dude. I love how he does that, by the way. The way he shoves you back by basically altering your perception of reality.
Feel the darkness.
Take it! Heal! Fire!
Kind of like the joint commands thing in Birth by Sleep, Lord of the Flame. With Prince Philip and Mickey, and I think a few others. Also, I like how you're basically fighting in front of a black hole of darkness. It's just very appropriate. FF12 is not the online one, no. And yes, I did do FF12 during the marathon feud. Bam! Good job. Not the last boss, though. We've got 2 more. No, Fuke. That right there, by the way, is probably the best evidence that that is Terra. The way it reacts with interacts with Riku right there.
Strength to protect what matters. This place. Did I finally make it out of the dream?
Nope.
Sora and I have been split up since the start of our journey.
Well...
Because Ansem... No. Because Xehanort planned it. And that means... we're a long way off course from the Mark of Mastery exam Yen Sid gave us. Alright. Sora's gotta be here. Somewhere.
So again, it's possible that this is a dream... that this is Sora's dream, again, as I've mentioned a billion times. Or that this is actually the world that never was rebuilt somehow. You guys know my thoughts, it's just further fuel for the fire of both theories there. So this is a little silly.
End of the road, huh? I know I'm back in the real world, but I still have my Dream Eater powers.
Then why do you...
Which means he still hasn't woken up. Where are you, Sora?
Huh? So, he says he's in the real world, but... This is my evidence that he's still in the dream that is Sora. He's in Sora's dreamscape. Because there's a frickin' Dream Eater there.
A Dream Eater? Is that where Sora is? How do I get across?
I admittedly like this song.
Right. I get it.
So yeah, in my opinion, he is absolutely still in the dream of Sora. Oh yeah, and he's also young. Because anyone could enter in someone else's dream as long as they know where they're going. It's the same way everyone else gets into this dream. I mean, young Xehanort, Ansem, the Seeker of Darkness, and Xemnas have been entering this dream this entire time.
Sora!
And Riku himself has been entering it too.
Hands off my new vessel.
Vessel?
So this is the big scene.
Yes. We originally had our sights set on you, but you developed a certain resistance to darkness. So we did what the Keyblade did, and moved down the list. Roxas. Now there was a worthy candidate. But, unfortunately, he became too aware of himself.
Thanks to
and
Lee,
returned to Sora.
Axel, I should say.
Organization 13's true goal is to divide Xehanort's heart among 13 vessels. Thanks to you and Sora, we learned not all our candidates were fit for the task, but we managed to make up the difference. And now, Sora, the 13th vessel, is within our grasp.
13 Xehanorts? What is...
The real Organization 13.
The organization?
I am Xehanort from the most distant past. My future self gave me a task. To visit the splintered versions of myself in many worlds and ensure they gathered here today.
From the past?
There are restrictions to movement through time. First, you must leave your body behind to do it. Then, there must be a version of you waiting at the destination. Upon arrival, you can only move forward as per the laws of time. And you cannot rewrite the events that are destined to happen.
What have you done?
My most future self will arrive soon. Then, time for all of us will return to normal. And I will go back to my era to live the life fate has in store. He can vouch for that.
I'm glad I'm not too late.
Mickey!
Just grab Sora so we can go. I can't stop them for long.
Okay. Mickey!
Okay, so
I said hands off.
some people theorize that's what's happening here. Is actually Master Xehanort is the person who is mind controlling his own younger self here, specifically to do this, especially since he actually manifests the Keyblade. I'll talk more about that in just a second. Sorry, I'm on the phone. Sorry, that was just a badly timed phone call. Alright, so while this boss is going on, we have a little bit of time to talk. Okay, so, first of all, Stopza, which is actually Stop 4. Stop, Stopra, Stopga, and then Stopza. That's pretty impressive to begin with, and showcases the kind of magic Mickey has. Second of all, of course, young Xehanort is the one who can break through that, because he has some degree of control over time. So he manages to break the time lock before anyone else. Also, if you remember, he has resistance to time stopping back in Birth by Sleep. Anyways, next point. This is an awesome and ridiculously hard fight. I love this fight. Not as bad as the other one, just hard. What the... Okay, sorry. But here's the really important part for me. The way his eyes flash, and the fact that he actually pulls out the Keyblade, is why me and other people like me think that Xehanort, Master Xehanort, actually literally possesses his younger self here in order to do this fight. So we're not actually fighting young Xehanort in the strictest sense of the word. We are fighting Master Xehanort in young Xehanort's body. It also kind of... it comes across in some of his attacks, if you look at the way he fights. I mentioned that because, again, that is the final point of just how ridiculously screwed up of a person Xehanort is. That he is willing to possess his own younger self. And of course, we've already kind of known that for some time. The fact that his young Xehanort was always intended, at least by the way they portrayed it, to be one of the 13 Darknesses. So he was always going to be doing something like this. It's just, I don't know, I'm sorry, maybe I just keep harping on this, but, I think that he's evil. Honestly, I've already mentioned that, Samurai. I've always believed that he was doing that specifically to see if he could alter destiny, testing the rules, so to speak. He failed, so he moved on. But again, he didn't have a Keyblade back in then, at that point in time. But he clearly does here. It could have also been his attempt to... oh yeah, so this is another fun ability he has. So basically, he effectively does this reality. He basically starts to rewind time, and you have the chance to stop him from doing so. If you fail at stopping him from doing so, then basically, I think he heals to half. I forget how much, but he heals, and then you have to keep going through the damn fight. You have to specifically attack the clock, not him. While he's attacking you, by the way. Basically, the clock is the actual boss here. Once the clock is defeated, he's defeated. Also, notice how the music stops while the clock's up. That's a great touch. This is how you do no music properly, by the way. Oh yeah, notice that he doesn't have a Keyblade here. That's actually pretty relevant too. Hey, Corwin. No, this doesn't count because it is properly done no music. Anyways, like I said, I think Xehanort, Master Xehanort, actually possessed his younger self here, which is just screwed up. Now we're about to have... This scene could have been a little bit better, if I'm honest.
Thanks, Mickey.
And Stopsa wears off.
Huh? Master Xehanort! We were right about you!
All of this was decided. My 12 selves would welcome me here on this day, and I would return a complete person. It is the future which lies beyond my sight.
Yeah, exactly, Cloudy. I don't know how further to emphasize it.
In ancient times, people believed that light was a gift from an unseen land by the name of Kingdom Hearts. But Kingdom Hearts was safeguarded by its counterpart, the Keyblade. Warriors vied for that precious light, thus beginning the Keyblade War. The violent clash shattered the Keyblade into 20 pieces.
Or 21.
7 of light and 13 of darkness. And the only real Kingdom Hearts was swallowed by the darkness, never to surface again. I once tried to create my own pure light and darkness to forge the Keyblade. But the attempt ended in failure. In my eagerness, I had lost sight of the correct way to achieve my goal. I acted rashly. I can admit that now.
What you did back then, your mistakes, changed the destinies of 3 of my friends.
Ah, but destiny is never left to chance. I merely guided them to their proper places. The broken boy who failed to be the blade. The misguided master who sacrificed herself for a friend. And the feckless youth who became my new vessel.
I couldn't find a way to save him.
By the way, that again showcases the sheer, forgive me for the term, heartlessness of Xehanort. He's just, I've ruined their lives, you're right. Let me remind you of the 3 lives that I just ruined. Yep, they're destroyed. Oh well. I acted rashly. Okay, so really quick. Some people theorize that this is also a time-displaced Xehanort. That this is a Xehanort who's been pulled forward in time up to this point. Let me be blunt. I do not think that is true. I think that this is the Xehanort that is reconstituted after Kingdom Hearts 2 ended, from Ansem the Seeker of Darkness and from Xemnas, back into his original being. That is relevant for a bunch of reasons, not the least of which the fact that he looks old. So in other words, Terra is no longer part of the equation in this Xehanort. Of course, the mere fact that he looks old is one of the reasons why people theorize that he is a Xehanort from the past. And yet, if he is a Xehanort from the past, how does he have knowledge of all the events that he speaks of? That can also be explained by young Xehanort telling him of these events. But the point I'm trying to get across is both of these lines of thought are valid lines of thought. There's nothing proving or denying either. Either this is an old Xehanort pulled forward by young Xehanort through his time travel, or this is the reconstituted Xehanort. We do know for a fact that reconstituted Xehanort has been active ever since the end of Kingdom Hearts 2. He has been actively working and manipulating towards his goals leading into Kingdom Hearts 3. But that doesn't necessarily prove that this is him. Theoretically, yes,
I
Meadfist.
wanted to believe that their sacrifice stopped you for good. Why? How was I so blind? I should have seen it as soon as Maleficent started gathering the 7 princesses of heart.
Yes. They were all my doing. I used the evil fairy to find 7 pure lights for me. Just as I prepared 13 vessels to fill with pure darkness.
But you failed. Sora stopped you in your tracks on both counts.
Yes, he did. That dull, ordinary boy. A Keyblade wielder so unlike any I have ever seen. However, I have not abandoned my ambitions. The 7 Guardians of Light and the 13 Seekers of Darkness.
7 Guardians of Light? Well, for Keyblade wielders, there's me and Riku and Sora. And my 3 missing friends, that's 6. Then the 7th would be... That means the 13 Seekers of Darkness...
Yes, little king. Perceptive. But Sora and another on your list belong to me now. And that puts you 3 guardians short. But worry not. All of the pieces are destined to appear. Your 7 lights, just like my 13 darknesses, whose final clash will beget the prize I seek. The Keyblade! But first, the 13 darknesses shall be united. All the seats have been filled. And now, the last vessel shall bear my heart like the rest.
Yes, he's referring to Kairi.
No! Sora!
So, to make something clear, I think that he intended for this to succeed and to claim Sora as a vessel. I just think that his failure didn't affect his plans, if that makes any sense. Also, Lee!
Axel!
Axel? Please. The name's Lee. Got it memorized?
You're not supposed to be here!
Promises to keep. I'll always be there to get my friends back.
And both of them are in him, so...
Bad timing. You had your perfect little script, but you kind of forgot to write the sequel.
How ironic.
Now, let's find out what happens.
What now, you old coot? Our time is up!
So yeah, there's Saïx and or Issa.
Isa.
Or Isa, whatever. I like that maneuver Riku did there, by the way. That's a good usage of the reverse grip.
Why are you here, Axel?
No, I told you my name's... Whatever. Axel. Fine. Now let's get out of here.
Love it.
Right.
Really? Really?
Were we supposed to do that?
I think so.
Goofy, Donald, you saved us.
We are out of time. Neither the union of light nor darkness has been achieved. We must all return whence we came. But the gathering of the 7 and 13 is nigh. Let us finish this at the fated place, once your lights and my darknesses have joined together.
So, evidence for the fact that he is pulled forward from the future, or from the past, the fact that he fades like the others do. This is the big final bombshell I've got for you guys. Xehanort does not have 13 darknesses. I know what you're like, oh, well, of course he doesn't. He gets Sora. No. He doesn't even have 12 darknesses. Or 11. Or 10 or 9. So, let's look at the number of his darknesses. There's Xehanort himself, of course. And there's Xigbar. Okay. And there's Syx. And there's a bunch of others we know nothing about. So that is 3 confirmed. But let's also look at a couple others. Ansem the Seeker of Darkness, Xemnas, and young Xehanort. And yet, Ansem the Seeker of Darkness, as I already pointed out, was from the past. Xehanort would not exist if Ansem the Seeker of Darkness still existed. So Ansem is not part of this list. You see? He can't be part of this list. He was from the past. When he reverts, his memories go away, and he's defeated by Sora, just like happened back in Kingdom Hearts 1. Xemnas. No, he's gone too. He was defeated at the end of Kingdom Hearts 2. Otherwise, Ansem would not, or Xehanort would not be reconstituted. And, of course, young Xehanort, who is the most obvious of all. Those ones don't count, period. Now, the other ones are debatable, but my point is all of this looks like very much like the kind of plan Xehanort would have. In other words, he had to convince the heroes to gather 7 lights against him, because he couldn't do that himself. And so he pretends to have 13 darknesses when he doesn't. And that and it works. The heroes go out and after this start to work towards getting 7 lights in order to fight against Xehanort. But even if we count Xigbar as one of his darknesses, which I don't, and even if we count Syx as one of his darknesses, which I don't really, he has no more than 3. Now, of course, he can get other darknesses, but that's kind of my point here. My point is, as of this exact moment of time, Xehanort does not have those 13. He was pretending to specifically in order to trick the heroes into doing the other side. And I love that. That is so wonderfully Xehanort. It is so manipulative, and it is so callous to literally put up a front like, yep, I win. You better fight me in this exact manner that you know how to fight me, because otherwise you'll lose. When all he wants is for them to fight him. So... What, now? Now we finally get Mysterious Tower title screen? So I think he will be gathering 13 darknesses in Kingdom Hearts 3, but that's my point. I've heard so many people theorize... whatever. You get it.
13 dark.
Yes, I do, Joel Grandom.
Master Xehanort has been busy.
Aw, Sora. Don't tell me your heart's sleeping too.
Yeah,
No,
it kind of
Ricky.
cracked.
This affliction is not the same.
Can we do anything for him?
Yeah.
And of
In
course,
your
Lee
Mark
would
of
care.
Mastery exam, you were to unlock 7 sleeping keyholes.
You failed miserably.
By doing so,
You are not a
would
master.
awaken those worlds from their prison of slumber, and also acquire the power to free a heart from its sleep. Riku, you unlocked those keyholes within Sora's dreams. Therefore, it stands to reason that you now have the power to awaken Sora's heart.
That is valid. He probably
You
also
want
had
him
that
to
power from
dive
the
back
beginning.
into Sora's sleep?
Yep.
But, Master, Sora's heart is down in the darkest abyss. If Riku's not careful, he might just get trapped down there with him. No, I'll go instead.
And perhaps you may even succeed, Mickey. But there is no denying Riku stands the better chance.
Ouch.
Having dived into Sora's heart as long as he has.
Mickey, I really appreciate it, but I'll go wake Sora up.
I don't know if you...
Look at his face.
Unless it's Sora.
Sleeping like nothing's wrong. Like there's nothing to even worry about. He's always been like that. The three of us would agree to work on the raft. And then this guy would go take a nap on the beach. You see, it's my job to keep him on his toes. Besides, what kind of Keyblade master sleeps through his test? I'm doing it for me too. Sora saved me once. And I heard him call my name. He needs me.
In fairness, Sora has saved Riku more
There's
than
something
once.
real strong that binds us to each other.
I agree with you, Leander.
Even in the darkness, you can reach him. All you gotta do is follow that connection.
Gee, we're all connected to Sora.
Even Lee over there.
And if the darkness gets you, I promise I'll bail you out. Dark Rescue's my middle name.
Too true.
Guys, thank you.
Yeah,
Sora
they
and
do,
I will
Joe
be
Grandom.
back soon.
Notice how Riku's starting to act a little bit more like Aqua, by the way. I don't mean like literally, I mean that whole respectful and well-reasoned mindset. Also note the similarity between that and the thing Joshua was using back in Traverse Town.
Yeah.
So we've got the actual last boss fight, which is... well... which is a sponge. I'm not kidding. The final boss of this game is a sponge. This is great. I'm glad you kept this. You see all these memories of Sora as we're going down here? Them as kids. Over there when they were entering the thing. There's the dark side. There's when they used to race on the beach. Him being found by Donald and Goofy. Hollow Bastion. Cloud. There's him encountering Ansem. There's him sealing Riku away. There's Roxas. There's the organization. There's the reveal about Ansem, the Wise. There's him fighting Roxas. There's him reconnecting with Riku and Kairi. Bunch of scenes from the end of Kingdom Hearts 2 here. There's him recombining with Roxas. So, when I said the last boss was a sponge, I really was meaning that quite literally. I'll explain in just a
This
moment.
abyss. Am I in Sora's dream?
So that's Ventus's armor with the nightmare symbol on it. Yep, the armored Ventus Nightmare. So, this wonderful little thing has been keeping Sora from the ridiculous amount of darkness deep within his heart. In other words, Sora's heart cracked and is broken, and would have completely been consumed by the darkness if not something else was there, taking in the darkness instead. So Ventus's armor encompassed him, but the Ventus's armor also had to take in all of that darkness itself. And so, that's why I call it a sponge. It was literally armor. That's why you end up fighting it here. This is basically the combination of all of Sora's nightmares, and all the darkness in his life. Fun fight, too. Also, notice the constant shifting between light and darkness in the actual battlefield. It's a really nice touch. And yeah, Ventus's voice, of course. Who else would you hear? It does make more sense that way. Exactly, John Brandon. And in defeating it, well, it's basically like this. If not for the darkness problem here, the armor could just release Sora's heart and he'd be fine. But it couldn't do that because if it did, Sora would die for all intents, in every way that matters. So it took someone coming down here to defeat the thing. See you around, Fuke.
Sora!
In order to release Sora. Now, notice how quickly he has to grab for Sora here, because he's already falling into the darkness the moment he's released from the armor.
I'll find you, Sora.
Because they are themselves darkness, D. Good darkness, but darkness nonetheless. I don't think anyone could, Green. Just certain people. Now this is interesting. He goes one level deeper, and he's here? Now the funny thing is, we already know what this is. This is something Ansem the Wise did. Deep within Sora.
Roxas?
He put his data in here.
What is it that you're so afraid of? Huh?
I actually forget if
Losing
there's a
something
best answer for these.
That's important.
So yeah, this is effectively a program put within Sora's dream.
Roxas? No.
No, that's
Wait.
Ventus.
What is the one thing you care about more than anything else?
Huh? My close friends. What is going on?
By the way, further proof of the similarities between data and dreams. Ah, that's what it is, Ryan VG. Gotcha. Hello, Shion. Except it's not
Who
her
are
at
you?
all.
Riku, what do you wish?
More questions. All right.
Note that these are the 3 hearts inside Sora right now, manifesting for these questions for Ansem. The real Ansem.
I wish... to recover something important that I lost.
And that was a password. In the same way that Roxas served as a password for... Data Roxas served as a password for Data Sora back in Recoded, so too was that a password for Riku to be able to access this final little bit of data.
What's this?
See you around, Paradox. Have fun.
You were not the visitor I expected.
Diz! I mean... Ansem the Wise. What are you doing here?
Gotta be honest,
Perhaps
I didn't expect
to
this either.
atone for events of the past, even if no apology can undo the harm I have wrought. I felt that I ought to leave at least something behind. So I digitized myself and my research and hid them within Sora.
So this is... data?
Yes. A clue, I hope, to finding yourselves or your lost friends in your hour of need. The heart has always been quick to grow. Each exposure to light, to the natural world, to other people, shapes this most malleable part inside of us. Nobody's are not different from us in that manner.
Oh, coming from him. That's saying something.
Sora was the only one able to return to his human form without destroying his nobody. That is a statement to the love in his heart for other people, and the bonds that tie them together. Perhaps he has the power to bring back the hearts and existences of those connected to him, to recreate people we thought were lost to us forever.
We sure hope that's true.
Our most precious treasures. Even an empty puppet. The trees of the forest. And the petals on the wind. There are hearts around us everywhere we look.
I wonder if that was a hint for Tangled.
And it does not take superhuman powers to see them. Surely we remember as children the way our hearts made everything seem so shiny and perfect. Sora has a heart like that, uncorrupted, willing to see the good before the bad. When he sees the heart in something, it then becomes real. When a connection seems broken, he may have the power to mend it. He has touched countless hearts. He has accepted them, and he has saved them. And some of those hearts have never left him, whether they fell into darkness or were trapped there, whether they sleep in the darkness of Sora's heart, or were welcomed into its warmth. They can be saved. All Sora needs to do is be himself and follow wherever it is that his heart takes him. It is the best and the only way.
I like that idea, Nerozaz.
The rest is in there.
All right. Thanks. Thank you.
Of course. Now, why is it that you are here?
I kinda need to wake Sora up.
Don't tell me he's gone to sleep again.
Yeah. What'll I do with him?
What, indeed? Never fear. Sora is safe.
Huh?
He's not here. You see, by defeating the nightmare imprisoning Sora, you freed him.
You mean the Sora wrapped in that black phantom?
Then you came here, and you were questioned by 3 young people. That was the final key to awaken him. Sora is awake. You can go home now.
Really? Thank you.
I do like how one of Ansem the Wise's final acts is probably the reason we're going to be able to succeed in Kingdom Hearts 3. How else would we be able to bring back Xion, Roxas, and Ventus if not for the data, if not for the information that Ansem the Wise gives us?
Young man, I do not believe you ever told me your name.
It's Riku.
Something about that just strikes me as very appropriate. Ansem flinging a light into the future with that program. With that last bit of research. Also a way to atone for all the bad his research did, too.
Sora! Hey, Donald! Come on, you're hogging it all.
And of course Sora's having a freaking tea and cake party. Because of course he is!
Of course, it sure is yummy.
Hey!
What, really?
Riku! You're safe! Riku!
Wait, haven't we got this backwards? And why are you having a tea party?
You're safe, Riku!
Oh, never mind. You okay? Feeling alright?
So this is Sora when he doesn't piss
I've never
me
been
off.
better.
He's dumb.
I was watching
But
what was
he's
going on
naive
in my
dumb.
dream,
Lovable dumb, you know?
and I could hear your voice the whole time. Thanks, Riku. Thanks, everybody. Oh yeah! Did we pass the test?
Well, you did save everything
You performed truly
again.
admirably.
So no!
Both of you. More than anything, I am grateful to have you both back from Xehanort's deception unharmed. And I am grateful to Lee, whose spontaneous actions turned the tides.
Again. Not the first time he's been a spanner
I
in the
am
works.
also deeply sorry for failing to perceive the danger and throwing you headlong into a perilous test. This experience has revealed many hidden truths, and we must gird ourselves for the great clash with darkness that lies before us.
Arguably, yes, true.
I believe we need a new Keyblade Master, one with a new kind of power. Sora and Riku, you both deserve the honor. However, one of you braved the realm of sleep again to unlock the final keyhole and save a friend. Riku, I name you our new true Keyblade Master.
A Keyblade Master of Darkness. Finally.
Way to go, Riku!
Yeah?
I knew you were gonna pass with flying colors.
And
This
that
is
is
just so awesome.
That is so Sora.
Gee,
to be so
Sora,
happy
you're
for
kinda
him.
acting like it's you that passed.
I told you Sora was gonna make some practice.
Hey,
Really? I'm a Keyblade Master?
Now, first you get this really cool looking armor.
Congratulations, Riku.
I think so, yes, Nerazez. Not only is he not really hiding it, but again, Yensid
Thank
was
you.
watching the whole time, and he says flat out, we need a
I owe
new
it
type of
to
Keyblade
my
Master.
friends. I'll catch up with you in no time flat.
What? You want to be a Keyblade Master?
Yeah. I mean, I came here to learn how to wield one.
You?
Hey, thanks for the vote of confidence. You know I was gonna come swooping in, Keyblade in hand. But I just couldn't get mine to materialize. Must be in the snap of the wrist or something.
Bam! And there it is.
Do you have to go?
Well, I did doze off. I just have some stuff to take care of.
Are you gonna be okay?
Yeah, I won't be long.
Oh, right. I understand why. Some people theorize the only reason he was finally able to manifest it is because, Sora's heart is basically more complete than it's ever been, and that helps him to reconnect to Ventus, Roxas, Shion's heart, etc. Whoa! Hello. Because of copyright stuff. That's why I immediately figured out why it was muted there. Hashtag screw EMI. Don't worry, we got a couple more things for you. About 5 more minutes of stuff. Also, that was a nice touch. The light block with the two of them walking in it making the numeral of 3.
Good. I was hoping this world was still here.
Notice his voice and his outfit. Both of those are
where
relevant.
they?
In other words, before when he was in his own dream, he looked like a child. But now he has accepted, everything that I've already mentioned. Now he's actually grown up. See? And of course he doesn't have the frickin' Kai on his shirt anymore.
There!
Yes, that was Ericus's Keyblade Darsh Monster. Well, that's terrifying. I have done way too much of the drugs, apparently.
Thanks! You're the best!
Because he went into sleep, into his own dreams, so... So Ventus is still there. Still hasn't aged, although I already talked about that. It's possible he has aged, and this is just a graphics thing. But I like the smile there. The darkness awakens the force. Wait. Sorry. So, notice his eyes are already yellow. In other words, this is the young Xehanort, who has no memory of any of the events of the game, but all of the machinations and all of the manipulations that Xehanort has done to himself have ensured that A, he has already had the darkness affect and consume him, as you can see by the lights of his eyes, and B, that the etchings of his heart will ensure that he will have no choice but to follow his older self's plan. This is how he manipulated himself, finally coming full circle.
This world is just too small.
It's almost a shame we will likely not see young Xehanort again. There's really no purpose in it for him being in the story unless we go into flashbacks. And yeah, a bootstrap paradox.
Sora's late.
That would be interesting,
Do you
Deacon.
think he's okay?
It can't, Chaos. You cannot alter time with time travel.
Garden, and now Master Yen Sid's sending Riku away too on some mystery errand. You think we'll ever get to do something important? Hmm? Oh, welcome back,
two,
Riku.
Javan.
Hey, wait. Oh.
A bootstrap paradox is a way of explaining time as a linear line.
Keyblade wars of yore plunged the true Kingdom Hearts into darkness, and the Keyblade was shattered. But the light still shining in the hearts of children.
Like I said,
rebuilt the
Bregman,
world that we know today.
he manipulates even himself.
And
It's
the light
really
from
messed
the
up.
broken Keyblade was then divided into 7 to protect the number of pure
Even his younger self was just a tool to his older
pure
self.
lights.
It's really messed up. There's a reason I call that man a complete monster.
Heart.
Indeed. Those 7 pure hearts form the very source of all light in the world. If they are lost, the world will again give way to shadow. Thus, even if we deliberately avoid finding our 7 lights to avert another Keyblade war, Xehanort will still target the 7 princesses in order to forge the Keyblade.
So, there's gonna be a clash between 7 lights and 13 darknesses? And there's nothing we can do to avoid triggering the Keyblade War?
Well, there is, but you're not going to. Because Yensid's been working with Xehanort the entire time!
We will need 7 lights strong enough to stand against the 13 darknesses.
So we're missing one Guardian of Light.
No, she's right here.
You're back!
That's right. Master Yen Sid. I brought you the guest you asked for, but...
So this is the 7th Keyblade wielder of light. Or I should say...
have come to learn that you too can wield a Keyblade. I am glad you are here.
And that is the end, as they say. So that is it. That is the most recent thing we've seen of Kingdom Hearts, other than, of course, teasers of 2.8 and 3. Couple thoughts. First of all, one of the things I think they could do with young Xehanort to help make him sympathetic, as weird as that sounds, is to show him as a really awesome kid right up until the time travel shenanigans forced his hand. Like, show him as a really good person, a decent, lighthearted, caring kind of a person, intellectual, loving or whatever. And then it gets to the moment where Ansem gives him his time travel powers, and then from that moment on, he's screwed up because of his own machinations. In other words, there's no real redemption for young Xehanort. It's just showing that young Xehanort was actually a decent person until his older self ruined his younger self, which is, like I said, messed. There are a lot of things I hope from Kingdom Hearts 3, but... And there's a couple things I'm afraid of in Kingdom Hearts 3. First of all, I'm afraid of more filling. I'm afraid of more padding. I'm afraid of unnecessary Disney worlds. I'm afraid of them ruining the time travel. If they do any more time travel stuff, it won't really fit with what we've already seen, unless they do it within the same exact bounds they already have. So I'm hopeful time travel is just completely removed from Kingdom Hearts 3. I hope we see more about Xigbar. I hope we see more about Ericus. I hope we see more about their master. Yeah. So, I guess that's actually all I've got. I hope you guys have enjoyed the Kingdom Hearts Lorerun, and thank you everyone for joining me. It's been a lot of fun. As we can see here by our totals, 42 Sora Donald Goofy moments, 185 no music moments, and 67 Sora is dumb counters. That actually went down from 68, so... anyways, I have a movie to go get ready to watch. Thank you everyone for joining me. Bit of news. No major streams planned until January, when we'll be doing the WoW lore run. So I hope you're excited for that. In the interim, we might be doing a couple of little streams, like the one we have scheduled for Saturday. And we have a couple other little things planned. I'd like to stream some Just Cause 3, for example. But yeah, we're just kind of on recoup mode. It's been a long several months for me, and I need to kind of pull it back. Otherwise, my sister will kill me. So, see you around, guys.